Hello, Mr. Cox. Mr. Cox. Hello.
Safe area entered.
Let me guess. We're pulling short rations again.
Righty. Division. Oh, I still gotta move my fucking keyboard over. Okay, let's get on with that. Starting soon. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And all that kind of shit. Division. Alright, let's see where I can.
Warning. Unauthorized network access detected.
Do a quick inventory. I don't think there's much here that I fucking want, to be quite honest. I think all of it's shit. That looks pretty though, right? I think I'm just gonna fuck them all off. Why is it so grey? Yeah, that's a fucking good question. I've got a funny feeling it's because I'm running HD in the game. Hang on. Let me get through this inventory. Yeah, I didn't realise that, sorry. I'm guessing it's because I'm running HD in the game. It's very washed out, isn't it, for you? Let's get rid of all the new ones. Not so bad actually. Doesn't press on the eyes so much. Yeah, no, it's not going to stay like that. There are a few guns I can put into there, I believe. I think that one can go away.
operation.
Right, so. I'm guessing it's because I've got, I'm thinking I've got maybe HDR on. Yeah, I have. This could throw all kinds of weird stuff. Is that better?
Warmer.
I need a vacation.
Don't feel so old anymore.
Cold.
Oh, I'm cold.
Cold.
Oh, okay.
Wrong. Ooh, getting warmer.
Getting warmer.
Ooh, red hot.
Red hot. Damn.
Welcome home, Agent. Apologies for the shock treatment back in New York, but we had to make sure you were ready to join us. I'm not sure where your loyalties lie, since you've killed me once already. Kelso is confident in your abilities, but I don't let just anyone join my organization. Had to learn that one the hard way. So, I put together a little test to see if you're ready to see how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Ball buster.
Meet face to face. You will understand who is the real threat to the division. Happy hunting, Agent.
Ooh.
Remote connection lost.
Hercules. Report to Downtown East to begin your trials.
Downtown East to begin my fucking trials. Right, let's go to Downtown East. Start our frickin' trial. Okay, everything's level fucking 3. I think I should change the alert level. What do you think? Change the alert level? I mean, do I really need to be running everything so fucking high? Let's go do that.
Military operations are in progress. We urge all civilians to remain inside the safe area.
Military operations are in progress. Oh crap, I'm fucking blind.
We showed them all right.
I'm fucking blind. Right, so I took Mr. Fivermatic on a little bit of a thing around the Descendant, the first Descendant today. It was good fun. and the gun that I was waiting to cook, I deleted it accidentally instantly. Ha.
Civilians in distress.
So that wasn't very clever. Gotta get a bit of that fucking shooting grenades at this guy practice back. Oh, I missed by miles.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
It won't last much longer.
Almost dropped that bastard. Putting it in.
Civilians in danger.
They're coming down the side. Waiting, asshole. I'll deal with you.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
They're sneaking up on me.
Start running! Gonna see if I can get the gun.
Hostile detected.
So what do you know anyway, Mr. Cox? You must have your bunny well up on the rankings by now, I'd imagine.
We kicked their ass!
Nice work, everyone.
Supply room access unlocked.
Wonder what I just unlocked there, do we think? Loads of crap.
Everybody, we're running low on resources.
I'm running low on fucking resources. Ha ha ha.
Thanks. We won't have to worry about supplies.
Any other division people around?
Right, so now I've got to go and do this one, I think, now. That one. Why isn't it marking? Oh, fucking Hauppauge, you dumbass. I've forgotten how to work my machine. I've forgotten how to work the fucking game. It's been so long since I played.
High threat enemy patrol detected.
A high threat enemy patrol? Holy crap, where are they? Go see if we can find them.
Sometimes the wind through the trees sounds like one of those sleep machines.
Oh, that looks like a high threat patrol. Missed me. Oh, that one must be the high threat dude. Yeah, that was the high threat dude. I felt really threatened by him.
That's it.
We'd be an easy target. Not anymore.
Yeah, I definitely felt the threatening by him, you know. Shaking in my boots and everything. Not that I'm wearing any boots, they've taken off, I shook so much. I see something shiny in there. Oh yeah, food in here. Definitely there's somebody running there. A weird noise. Get down! Dumbass. One of the hated things about this game is it has these weird things where it won't jump down or it won't do certain things or it won't crouch behind one thing but it'll crouch behind something that's fucking half as high or twice as high or whatever. Hello, Mr. Cox. I said lots of things. Did I ask something? I don't think I asked anything. I may have said that I took Mr. 5 on a lesson around First Ascendant. Okay, that's pretty cool, pretty good fun.
This fight isn't about saving America. Just take a look at this fucking city. There's nothing to feel patriotic about. The country died 7 months ago. Start thinking about what you...
I didn't teach him anything, I just, you know, showed him what little ropes that I understood. Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know anything about the game, as you know, I'm fucking complete noob and stupid. I dumped my new gun, the one that I waited 4 hours for. Yeah. I trashed it. No! I trashed it. Hang on, because you already told me that I had to mix it with another one with a higher level. And I did attempt to do that, but I needed to get some liquid metal or something to complete it, so I couldn't actually do it. Right, but I then went through my inventory to get rid of shitty guns, and I told it to fuck everything off that was below level 16, and I forgot about that gun being below level 16, so it's gone. I didn't think to. So I'll show you. I'll show you if you want. Then I can teach you something, can't I?
Right, required.
I mean, it's not very often I can teach you things, but the stuff I teach is just the fundamental that you've never learned in the past. Because you're too young to have the past. But yeah, it's the filter works. You just it took me a few attempts to learn how to work it, but yeah, it does work. Pretty cool. So I've been heavily playing with the Steam Deck the last day and a half. And that's a pretty cool piece of kit in all fairness.
Is it better for a man to die of disease, slowly and in pain, or to take a bullet to the brain? At what point is death the merciful option? I'm not saying it's easy, but the true sons are willing to make those tough decisions and do what's right for everybody.
Okay, well, right, before I had it, I would have agreed with what you just said. But since I've had it, and I've also had a Switch, I'm a little bit insulted that it's been called a Switch and compared to a Switch. Because there really is no comparison between the two.
We have handed our lives over to Isaac.
They are quite expensive to buy. They are still expensive to own, yeah. But what my thing with Switch is the Steam Deck is a way better machine than the Switch. I mean, I won't be playing any demanding games on it because I don't want to. Well, I will do, but what I'll be doing in that case is the games will be running on my PC, and the deck will just be a really expensive controller. I mean, if you remember when I said I can with Steam games, yes. So it's like the Steam Deck, which of course you've never really seen up close.
Key detected.
It's like the Steam Deck, but it's also got 2 trackpads instead of. It's got 2 trackpads, 2 joypads, 4 back buttons.
Progress halted.
It's kind of, it places the joysticks in the ideal place in my opinion, which is the top corners of this thing. It's really good. It really is good. It's heavy. It's not overly comfortable at first, but you know, you'll get used to that. It is very heavy compared with every other controller. But essentially, it's a fucking computer, it ain't a controller, you know what I mean? But I was playing a little bit of Half-Life 2 on it. I mean, I know Half-Life 2 is not a demanding game these days. And I'll never play a demanding game on it because it's only going to run them at like 30 frames a second, and me 30 frames a second, that's not going to happen.
So, it is brought to my attention that I may not have stayed on topic last time.
I don't know.
Give a girl a break. Okay.
I don't know.
So real talk. We
Oh, okay. I mean, Half-Life to me is a single-player game. It's not. I mean, if you could play cooperative, it would be a really good cooperative game, but it's not difficult enough to be cooperative. Yeah, you said both of them. So you just got the practical one to do now? Oh, okay. Oh, you passed the actual physical driving a car. Awesome. Okay. Nice.
Reinforcements incoming.
And then after all of getting your license, you learn to drive. No, you don't learn to drive until you have your license. No, you don't. Honestly, you don't. You learn to pass a driving test until you get your license. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay.
There! We're coming around the side!
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but you see, the theory becomes common sense. And I can give you an example of that, because I've taken the theory test in the UK. Well, I didn't take the theory test, I took what's called the hazard perception test. And when I took the hazard perception test, I got every hazard wrong. Absolutely 100% all of them wrong. Because I was seeing the hazard much earlier than I was supposed to. A learner wouldn't see it as a hazard as quickly as what I did, but I saw it as a hazard. Now, I was something like 3 seconds past. 3 seconds too early for every hazard. So it was marked against because I was too quick. You see, what somebody that's experienced at driving, they'll perceive most hazards before a learner would, because they anticipate the driving differently. They're common sense questions. They're common sense questions, but without the common sense questions, you can't. It's difficult to do the other stuff. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Ah, but right, what? No. Right. The reason why that sort of stuff is put into the exam is so you can be you can go on to like a big high speed road. We call them motorways in the UK. You might call them motorways or highways or something. It's so you can go onto those roads and understand that you're clever enough to work out that you're not going to run out of fuel halfway up the road, something like that. It's about awareness, that's all.
Let's find them.
Everything I can! I can destroy it. Target's out of sight. Find cover! Think they would hide?
No targets in sight. Give me a moment. Go
Armor's taking a lot of
Get into that.
damage.
Oh, okay. I thought you were on battlefield.
Hostiles detected.
It's still no good, isn't it? It's better than it was, but it still sucks. Annoying. No.
survive much longer like this.
Oh crap! I got no fucking ammo.
Medical assistance needed.
I'll take it.
I'm gonna die.
Out of action.
Yeah.
Agent deceased.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. A million miles away. Yeah, yeah. Tanks and helicopters. Yeah. 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 I know. Yeah. Yes. It's the thing is, the modern day gamer, and this has aggravated me for a long time. The modern day gamer, as I've said many times, and I'm going to repeat it again, and I hate the fact that I have to repeat this, but it just, people don't get it. They just don't fucking get it. Modern day gamers try to win games because they don't always think about the kill death ratio bullshit, which is complete and utter crap. But more importantly, the way they get a better kill death ratio is by not dying as opposed to killing more people. You know, they would rather do one, they'd rather do 5 kills. They'd rather do 5 kills and 1 death than do 30 kills and 10 deaths, or 30 kills and 20 deaths.
Serious trauma.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
We lost one of our guys.
Yes. It makes the medics useless.
Any more ammo?
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. That is about the size of how it is. Modern day gaming. Everybody has to rely on everybody else.
They're coming after me.
Well, I did that. I did that, and I ignorantly did that. I did that, and I said it sucks, and it's because I didn't understand something in it, and it was going to do that fucking what I thought was going to be a time trial, and I should have given it a better chance. I said it sucked, and it doesn't suck. It's not a brilliant game, but it is fun. You know, it is a cross between Warframe and Destiny 2 with a little bit of Anthem thrown in. Is it Anthem? Yeah, a little bit of that thrown in as well. It is very much like that. It's definitely that kind of thing, but it's refreshing because it's not as grindy as Warframe. Warframe, you can see your objectives, but the game is very grindy. Then you've got Destiny 2, which is just fucking boring, and you can't even figure out the fuck you have to do in that game. Destiny 2 is a nightmare of a game because the fighting bit is kind of fun, but you don't. There's nothing to do in the game. There's no purpose to the game. I can't. I mean, I completed the story on the game, and apparently I hadn't even touched the game. If you know what I mean. I'd completed the story. It was completely finished, and I hadn't done anything. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I found it's incredibly repetitive, and you don't actually know what you're supposed to do. Everything is, they're not even side missions, they're just little tiny challenges, constant little tiny challenges. I mean, I can't see what anybody sees in the fucking game. I mean, it looks pretty occasionally, but... Oh, it's fucking expensive, yeah. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't say it's necessarily pay to win, but it certainly does require a payment. Yeah. There's no content if you don't pay. I mean, I've finished everything I can within the free game. There's nothing more in the free game for me to do. And it wasn't free when I had it, and that's annoying. I actually bought it because it wasn't free at the time. I didn't pay much, but I did buy it.
Gotta move. Move position.
I don't fucking believe
Okay.
Got the fresh target.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna have to move.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Just gonna take you right back down, Division. Get down under enemy fire.
Uh-huh.
And I'll get you again.
Oh.
Cover me. Reloading.
Oh.
The agent's back in fighting. Just fucking dial.
I remember you saying that.
Deploying a frag.
Yeah.
Hercules, use your strength and cunning to slay the lion.
I use my strength and cunning to slay the lion. What the fuck?
Supply room access unlocked.
Got your back. Leave me alone.
Oh god, yeah, yeah, yeah,
I can't shoot from here.
yeah.
Behind that.
Well, I think it's been made by, this, I can't remember what the fucking company's called that made it. But every game they make it's always like a cash grab. It's, you know, they put some really extensive fucking money making shit into the game before they put any content in. I mean, the thing I like about that game, and I really do like it, is the fucking thundering bass and the sound. The sound, I think they've got that really good.
I know who you are.
And I'm not really a fan of bass normally. You know, I don't really like it because I think it interferes with other things. But in that game, I really do enjoy the sound of the game.
Incoming hostiles detected.
What's going on?
Yeah. Yeah, because you also don't know how many of it's dropping off either. It could be a couple of them, or it could be fucking 100. You know.
Give it up.
Yeah, I'm playing Bunny right now. Why? Oh, okay.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by
Is this something you've read, or is this something you've just learned yourself? Awesome. Oh, yeah. And then you noticed as you were moving around, you were building it back up faster. Awesome. Good observation. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 2 and 3.
I'm not.
Okay. Is that because she can deal out damage quickly, but she can't take it? Because, I mean, she's not very strong. Like... Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, my modules at the moment are kind of fairly generic because I don't really know what they do. I haven't really taken that much notice, and I don't feel they're going to add enough to really make a big difference. So I just kind of just put what I want. Yeah. They have more of an effect.
Immediate medical assistance.
Oh crap. Why the fuck did I get put down there?
Signs 0.
Cause I'm shit, that's fucking why. Cause I'm shit. Ah. Thought there was no sound coming out there, that was weird. Yes, so with respects to the Steam Deck, I thought maybe I would not like it. I mean, as I said, I did initially purchase it specifically for. To be. I know it's expensive, but to be an extra controller. That was the thought. That was the thought, for it to be an extra controller. And as a bonus, I thought maybe it would allow me to stream things, like stream from my PC to that. And it does, and it does a really fucking good job of that. So what I'm going to do is, to be honest, I think I'm going to use it more for maybe emulation. So, we can emulate some old Sega Mega Drive, that kind of stuff. I'm going to fuck them down here straight away. That's bad. Yeah. Yeah. I've not noticed well, mine, I wouldn't notice that because my trigger does that anyway. I set up my triggers to do that anyway. What I noticed, my biggest thing on there when I was using controller, is the fact that the aim assist is so fucking strong. You just basically pull the fucking trigger and leave it alone. It does everything for you. I mean, you don't, it's too strong. It's stronger than most of the other games, to be honest.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh crap!
Agent incapacitated.
This is what I have fucking having it on fucking heroic. You can't last 2 seconds when it's on fucking heroic. Right. But the thing is, I mean, generally speaking, I'm not on heroic, I'm on the next level down. But the moment you take a couple of points, it puts it on heroic. But you don't. You don't. It's supposed to give you a higher chance of high quality drops, but it doesn't. Uh-huh. Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah. Or you got a chance of getting something that's not actually as strong as what you've already got. It just so happens to be pink.
Tear them to pieces! I can see him coming my way!
Someone hit that bastard!
But yeah, it's really strange.
I can't miss. You
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Over there! Now! Running over here! Moving around them! Sure!
A lot of my problems in these games, it's lack of patience. I don't have any fucking patience. Well, as you've always heard me say, and it's not because I'm a pussy, I think every game should have a setting low enough that you can just walk through it and enjoy the game. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but I haven't done any side things. I'm doing the main mission, the main parts only here. I'm doing the yeah, yeah, yeah. I think the biggest problems that I have with this game is ammo management, really. I run out of ammo too much. But you know, you take on these heroics, they just keep piling it on and piling it on and piling it on. Then when you're out of ammo, they then send out the big guys. When you're down to your fucking pistol or whatever, that's when they send out the big guys. Yeah.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yes. I mean, these things are doable, but it's just you. Come on. You feel like you've. I mean, I just thought I'd completed this one now. I thought I'd just killed it all, and then there's another bunch of fucking wankers coming in. Yeah.
What's the matter? Got a boo-boo?
Yes.
Done.
But yeah, that's kind of what we're up against all the time. It's just games, isn't it? You always get that one person that plays the game to death and they know how to do everything. They can do it pretty much blindfold, but it's not because they're good. It's what it is because they've figured out the places where you can stand and not get hit and not get hurt. Very much like that glitch at the end of the original Gears of War. I've seen that game being finished by so many times and so many people on YouTube, and every fucking one of them that's finished it have only finished it because the fucking boss got caught in the glitch. I mean, maybe that's part of the game. Maybe that's the plan, that you have to get him into a position where he gets stuck in that glitch. Maybe it's not a glitch. Maybe it's a deliberate, like, trap.
For sure.
My problem with that one is... Well, my problem with that particular area that he gets... Well, that particular boss... my problem with him isn't the fact that, you know, you have to get him into glitch. It's the fact that there's no... He doesn't have a health bar. So you have no clue if you're doing any damage. And if you can't see progression, you're fighting against nothing. You know, you can't actually see if you're doing any damage. That's for the big guys, isn't it? With the big giant guys with the fucking giant axes. Oh, okay. I was actually going to buy Resident Evil 4 the other day. I can't think of why. There's a reason why I wanted to. Oh fuck me! I'm gonna die.
Detected. Agent down.
I think I was going to buy Resident Evil 4, but I can't remember why I was going to buy it, and I can't remember why I didn't.
Don't worry.
To be honest, that's all. Yeah, I was going to buy it for the. I was actually going to buy it for the Steam Deck, to be honest. Like, because apparently it's a really good game for the Steam Deck. Because that's something I'm going to consider for future games. How well do they play on the Steam Deck? I mean, even though my Steam Deck, it's not the top end one. It does have the better screen, but it doesn't have like the terabyte storage. It only has half a terabyte storage, which with modern day games is going to be a fucking issue quite quickly. A little short of £600. I could have got. Yeah, I couldn't have even bought the flagship Samsung or any of the flagship phones. But either way, they wouldn't be as good as that is for gaming. Oh yeah, yeah. It's not a phone though. It's a thing. It's not a phone. It's a tablet. Same as the it's the same as the Steam Deck. It's just a bit more powerful than the Steam Deck, and it runs Windows rather than the Steam Deck running Linux. So it means it's more compatible with more games. However, from the reviews that I've seen, yes, it's a great performer, but the Steam Deck beats it out in so many other ways. So yes, it's great, but the Steam Deck gives you a better package altogether. But that's just what I've read. I mean, I can't say firsthand. I mean, I've had my Steam Deck now for like a day and a half, and I'm finding things that are annoying as fuck with it. Namely, how complex it is to use if you don't want to put Steam games into it. I mean, people go, oh yeah, you can do emulation, but you can't find the ROMs. You know, you have to know where the ROMs are. And the ROMs are all copyrighted files. You can't, you know, there's no list on the internet which just says you can go download your ROMs free here. You know, they're copyright protected games. ROMs essentially are piracy. But the reason why I think ROMs should be allowed is because you might be getting a whole game and all that kind of crap, but by the same token, you're usually getting a game that's no longer available for sale. And as far as I'm concerned, if the game is no longer available for sale, it should be fair play to emulate it or rip it off. I mean, essentially, the only way to keep games alive is through piracy.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Covered by fucking 3 angles. Don't run away from me, you cock.
I'll cut you up.
No assholes in sight.
Uh-huh. Where's my dude gone? Has he run away?
Gonna fill you?
I think I should just give up and then spawn back in.
Agent killed.
I'll watch your back.
Oh, I think my dude's dead. Well, I've died twice in this particular section now, so they should have dropped it down from heroic to it should have knocked it down to fucking challenging, which is my level. But it's, I mean, this fight's now been going on for like fucking 25 bastard minutes. It's fucking stupid. You shouldn't have to spend fucking that much time killing these things.
These animals need to be put down.
No mercy!
They're coming at us from cover.
The thing is, when you get bosses that take a long time to kill, you get bored. You know, you get bored of it. You don't. It's not that you can't do it. You just get fucking bored, and that's I know I certainly do. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, see, I don't think games... No, I don't think games should be like that until after you've completed the game. I mean, I kind of agree with... I kind of, you know, I agree with the building of stuff. But you shouldn't need to spend that much time building things up specifically to do one particular fucking mission, which you do have to do in this game. You gotta build the fuck out of it to do one mission. I put this on today actually because AverMedia said he noticed I was playing it the other day and he was going to jump in. So I expected him to jump in again, but he was going. He said he was going swimming for 35 to 40 minutes about 2.5 hours ago. I mean, this should have been fucking finished a long time ago. It's just like, it's fucking waves. I feel like I'm playing a fucking zombie game. I really do. I feel like I'm playing a fucking zombie game. $100. My weapons are like fucking 19. Bunny sucks. Hello. I said hello. Ah, I didn't say who. I know it is. Mr. Prodigal. Oh, I purchased the Steam Deck. Mm-hmm. Quite impressed. The middle one. So it's got the half a terabyte SSD and it's got the better screen.
Can't wait to get back to the settlement.
Supply room access unlocked.
What I was gonna buy was, because my main reason for buying it, as I said, was just to have it was going to be really expensive for it, but to have a really good controller for streaming games from my PC to the handheld, so I could. It was basically it's a very expensive controller. But I played Half-Life 2 on it, and I was quite impressed with how that worked. I've managed to get EA Play on it, although the game's like playing like a sack of shit, or at least a couple that I've tried to. I don't like the way the operating system works at all. It's too much of a fucking faff to do what should be basic things. But you know, it's fucking Linux. Faff for everything.
As long as you're around. Living like this is great cardio.
We're good on supplies.
No, I'm not doing that though.
Thanks to
Well,
you. I think we're
some of the issues that I have with it, I can list some of the issues. I've only had it a day and a half, and these are some of the issues that I'm having. Copy and paste is almost impossible on the fucking thing. Because some screens, like a browser, won't let you copy and paste. Some things, like putting a password into EA Play, won't let you paste. Some of them, well, it's just a fucking... You got to go through like 60,000... I mean, I was asked to put my password in for Microsoft. I was asked to put my password in for EA Play. And I put the passwords in, and I have to physically fucking type them in. I can't copy and paste. Yet I have access to them to copy and paste. And that irritates the shit out of me. And the digital keyboard, you know, the virtual keyboard that pops up on the bottom of the screen is inconsistent. If you got the Steam thing on, you have to press it like a menu button, and then you hit the keyboard. If you're in a browser, you press the X button and the keyboard just pops up. It's inconsistent controls, really inconsistent controls, and it's like I would have made this better. I would have made it more consistent, but it's not. And then the other thing is, within Steam, I've turned off Bluetooth to try and keep the battery a little bit better. Within the Steam part, I've turned off Bluetooth, but within the Linux and the operating system, no, Bluetooth is fucking turned on. So it's got a lot of weird, stupid problems. I mean, doing emulation is something I've thought about heavily. But doing emulation's a pain in the arse because, you know, you can't find the ROMs because they're copyrighted files, and the emulation just isn't that good. I tried to do it through EmuDeck. Apparently EmuDeck is absolutely fantastic, yet it doesn't do anything, doesn't give you anything, doesn't even give you an executable. What it seems to do, or what I seem to think it does, is it goes and gathers a shitload of emulators and installs them all, but you have no central thing, which means when you come to take it back out, it's Linux, so you can't take shit back out. You have to meticulously go through the fucking files one by one because it's Linux. Need I carry on with how much Linux sucks?
I got rounds on the agent. I can't keep this up.
No, copy and paste does work, but copy and paste, how it works, is different for every application. It's not consistent, no. It's different for every application or every whatever. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. I have to kind of disagree with that. I've used Linux many times, and I've used different variations of Linux many times, different distributions. And every single one of them, copy and paste, has worked exactly the fucking same. It's a fundamental of the kernel operating system. So it shouldn't be changed just because it's in a fucking Steam Deck.
We have to keep fighting off, one day at a time.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Don't leave it
Yep.
with me.
Yes, and it's one of the reasons why when anybody says to me, is Linux any good? My answer is always no. It's not any good. For a user who doesn't want to fuck around and experiment constantly and constantly tinker, it's not a usable operating system. And even on like the Steam Deck is made to be user friendly and all that kind of shit, you know, you have to be user friendly and all that. And it's a pain in the fucking arse. The only thing it's good at and consistent with, the only thing it does really well, and I'll disregard and argue with anybody that says anything against, anybody that says anything against or disagrees with me. The only thing it's good at is exactly what it was designed for. Using your Steam library to play games. That's the only thing it's good for. If it's not your Steam library, it fucking sucks. There's too much configuration and fucking around. It's just not worth the hassle. It's just, you know, I mean, I do want to do some emulation thing on it, but I've got to figure out a way of getting hold of ROMs. But it's really good as like a casual gaming thing. So I'm in bed and I want to play a game, and I don't want to turn my PC on. Otherwise, I could use the Steam link. But I mean, that's an insult calling it Nintendo Switch. It's a fucking insult calling it a Nintendo Switch. I've had a Nintendo Switch. That thing sucked from day one to everything. That thing sucks. Yeah, its capabilities, its power, everything about it just sucks. The fact that it cost a fortune to buy, cost a fortune to run. Nothing is free on Nintendo. Nothing is free on Nintendo. Even free games aren't free. It's... yeah. No, I mean, if you can't... For cuter little things, yes, then Nintendo kind of works, but Nintendo is very expensive to run. The subscription is a fucking fortune. The games are overpriced. I mean, you pay stupid amounts of money for something that should be £2.50. The screen is not a patch on the Steam Deck. Even the OLED screen on the thing, it's not a patch on the. I mean, I played Warframe on my Switch when I had my Switch, and this is why I have enough authority within me to say fucking shit. I played Warframe on it, and I could not read a word that was on the screen. However, when I play Warframe on the Steam Deck, I can read all the text. I couldn't see enemies. I couldn't see enemies on the Switch, but I can see enemies perfectly well on the Steam Deck, and I think the screens are about the same size. There may be a slight edge to a slightly bigger screen on the Steam Deck. I don't know, but to me they seem to be the same size. The Joy-Cons on the Switch are fucking horrible. If you've got anything bigger than child's hands, you can't use them. I mean, they make the Xbox controller feel fucking good, and that says something. See, I've said for many years that the Xbox controller isn't that bad, and I will stand by that. I've said it for years, and I will still stand by it. It's not that bad. But for anybody that says the Xbox controller is better than anything else, you have not used anything else. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yes. Completely. I mean, I don't like the stick positions being so close to each other, but because they're symmetrical, you can arrange your hands to be comfortable. And I'm gonna say this one, and I will have people argue the toss, but when I explain it fully, they've got no choice but to agree. The stick positions on the Xbox, the right stick on the Xbox, you cannot use the right stick fully and have full control over it while you are using the trigger with your index finger. You cannot do it. It's too much of a stretch, especially if you have stick extension. The Xbox controller was designed originally because games at the time that the design concept for the controller came out, games at the time were using a left analog stick, but they were using the right buttons. That's why the right buttons are at the top. Then with the addition of the analog stick, they then started to use, the games started to use the sticks, but Xbox had already got the thing in place and they hadn't moved it. The ones for the PlayStation, the original PlayStation, the first PlayStation didn't have analog sticks at all, and then what happened after that was they, as an afterthought, they added the analog sticks, and they didn't want to change the shape of the controller, so they put the analog sticks in the middle where they did, and then they over iterations they kind of stretched the controller and made it a bit wider to put the sticks a little bit further apart. The PlayStation 1 is definitely got a better shape, but it's not the best shape. The best shape is it was done by Nintendo, and what it does is and this is only the best shape for analog gaming. It has both analog sticks in the top corners. No, it's not the GameCube. It's a. I don't think it actually ever came with. Oh shit balls! I don't think it actually came with a machine. I think it was like a Pro controller that you buy separately. I think it was a Nintendo Wii controller or something like that. I've got to run a fucking mile here. Yeah. Okay. X-Defiant. It's all right. I mean, it's no COD killer. It's a good game. Don't get me wrong. It's a good game. It's very objective orientated, but the players aren't, because the player base have all come from Call of Duty. No, not really. Oh, don't say that. Fucking hell, the designers of the game will go fucking tits, you say that. Doesn't look as dated as that. I tell you what you will well, here's something I would advise you. And I genuinely do mean this. Don't play it with a keyboard and mouse. Don't play it with a keyboard and mouse. Yep, it's very heavily advantage controller. Very heavily advantage controller. Which I showed this because I was playing it on PC, and I streamed a little bit of it on PC, and I wasn't doing tremendously well. And then I turned on the Xbox and I played on controller, and on controller I was like fucking top of the team all the time. And the difference is fucking phenomenal. I don't think so. I think it's any worse than it has been for a long time. Maybe it's not more expensive, maybe you just got less excess cash. Life has become more expensive. So yeah, I mean, yeah, gaming has, but I mean, you know, your brand new games are still the same price as they have been for the last fucking 10 years. I mean, I'm kind of liking the idea of the Xbox fucking Game Pass thing at the moment, simply because the new Call of Duty is coming to Game Pass. Yeah. Right. Right. The new Call of Duty is coming to Game Pass, right? And the new Call of Duty, on its own, if you have no other games, then the new Call of Duty will be half of the price of Game Pass. So, if anybody tells you that Game Pass isn't a fucking no-brainer, then I'm afraid they need to learn to count. Game Pass gives you like fucking 300 games or some shit like that. Granted, I'd say most of them are trash. But you know, it's each to their own. What's a terrible game for me might be a brilliant game for somebody else. Well, CS has always been a trendy game, hasn't it? It's always trended. It's always been a... Get the fuck out of the menus! I'm stuck in a fucking menu!
Hostiles detected.
They've made the, I think they've made the stickiness on this game. Where you go into cover and you stick behind the cover. I think they made the fucking stickiness worse. I'm stuck in a menu again. I can't get out of a fucking menu.
Medical assistance needed.
I'm fucking dying because I'm stuck in a fucking menu. But something that I've noticed recently, and I've never noticed it before, is when you go to throw a fucking grenade, you can choose a different type of grenade. It's like you're carrying two. Division 2. Yeah. Because I can. I mean, it's about 5 years old now, I think. 2018, 2019, something like that. I mean, I bought this game on day of release, and I'd never played the first one. I bought it purely based on... Oh, God almighty! Stop fucking climbing! The first one, by comparison to this one, sucked. I mean, a lot of people who played the first one will say the second one sucked. I played the second one, and then I only bought the first one about 6 months ago because it was on a fucking like £2 deal or something.
Agent detected.
And when I played the first one, I just thought, I don't know how people like this game. It's fucking shit. It's terrible. It said rogue agent detected. This is not supposed to be on heroic. Why does it feel like it's on fucking heroic? It said rogue agent. Where's the rogue agent music? Why? Yeah. So J2 whatever it is. Well, resellers were never drastically cheaper. Sometimes they occasionally had a drastically cheaper one, but what they were selling drastically cheaper was illegal, and they got clamped down on. What they would do, what they were doing was they were doing the equivalent of when you can, you know, you can go onto whatever the site is, and you can pick up a copy of Windows fucking 10 Professional or Windows 11 Professional, and you can pick it up for £15. That's an illegal copy of Windows. It's legitimate. It's legitimate in the sense of it's a legal copy. It's a legal license. It's legitimate in that sense. But the principle of the way it's being sold is completely fucking illegal.
Access unlocked.
Uh-huh. Yeah. But I mean, I bought games. Don't get me wrong. I use G2A or whatever it's called. I do use that one. I also use CD keys and things like that. I was one of the earliest people to use CD keys, and I took a big gamble on them. I've had an account with CD keys for fucking many years when they first started up, and they only had like half a dozen games.
Detected.
But I've used all of those, but to be quite honest, Steam deals usually outdo everything else. You know, Steam deals normally outdo any of the third-party resellers. It could well be the case. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I do that. Yeah, but that's the games and you. It's a games. That's the games and you. You know, that's users change. You've already got the ones that you want, so you don't have or the ones that you're not overly fond of, or you might be interested in them. They don't have the same value. But again, that's one of those life things. You know, it's like people, they go on about the golden age of Call of Duty. The golden age of Call of Duty isn't because it was a better time. It's because they were 10. I mean, the whole nostalgia thing. I mean, I get it. I go on a lot about Unreal and Unreal Tournament, and for me, they were fucking brilliant games. They're still good games today, but they don't mount up to what we have today. And I don't mean graphically. Even the gameplay mechanics are very clunky from what we had today. They're enjoyable games, but they're certainly not. I want to say that they're not good, but they are good. But they're only good because of the time they came out. If you released a game today that was as clunky as that, nobody would ever play it. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's time to face reality. Only the true sons are willing to do what needs to be done. There are others out there trying to pit you against us, telling you we're bad people.
I'll tell you an interesting one, and this one appeals to me. The recent game that's came out and taken the world by storm is The First Descendant, right? And it's not a bad game. It's a good game. It's a love child between Warframe and Destiny 2, with a little bit of Anthem thrown in there. It's a good fun game, but it runs like a sack of shit. And of course, everybody's going to come out with, oh, it runs like a sack of shit because it's on the Epic Game Engine. I mean, so is fucking Fortnite. Do you know what I mean? Don't say it's the engine when one company can make a really good game and another one makes a really shit game. But that plays like a bag of crap. In actual fact, it plays so much better on a fucking console than it does on a PC. It's a perfect example of a game that's been optimized for console, and PC's been an afterthought.
This is a call out to the division. We know you're listening. It's time to pledge your allegiance to the true sons. Join us today, and we will welcome you with open arms. Wait till tomorrow. And we might not be feeling so kind.
Progress resumed.
Of course it's less popular. It's always been less popular. But any particular game, for every on, like, you have to use the big popular games. But for every one of the big popular games, and I mean the big popular games, not fucking Counter-Strike, because that's the one PC people will always go on about. If you look at the Call of Duties and things like that, console people outnumber PC people by at least 20 to fucking 1. PC gaming, don't get me wrong, PC gaming is bigger than console gaming on the whole, but that's because of indie titles. It's because of a lot of other stuff that just can't get on console. If all that shit was available on console, as an example, if for argument's sake Microsoft said, Steam, put your shit on our console, so everything that's on Steam can go on a console, PCs wouldn't fucking sell. I know the keyboard and mouse is better. I'm not going to argue the toss against that. That's fucking stupid to try and argue against that. The keyboard and mouse is better, but all PCs can use a controller as well. So, you know, best of all worlds. But I think Microsoft should introduce some kind of ruling that if you produce a game for the console, you have to support keyboard and mouse. No ifs, no buts, no excuses. You have to support it, because if you bring out that game and you bring it out on PC, it's going to support keyboard and mouse. So it's no fucking difference. An Xbox is a PC. It still has the same fucking HID drivers, the HID drivers. It still has exactly the same. There's no reason why you can't do it, and I think it should be enforced. But if all of the Steam games were all on console, if Steam went over to console, which I'd love it to, quite frankly, if it went over to console, PC gaming would be dead. Apart from a few elite people. Nobody else would do it. But they have to unlock the console. Mods only appeal to people that don't want to play the game, they just want to tinker with it. I used to be one of those people, you know, I used to be one of those people that, I wonder if I can get this to work, let's see what I can do to get this to work. And now, quite frankly, what I do these days is I install a fucking game, and if it doesn't work, it gets uninstalled. I'm not keeping it. If you can't make a fucking game work, don't ask me to play it. Simple as that. Yes. Yeah. But the problem is, you see, it's more difficult to make them work on a PC because of all the variants of hardware. That's why Apple phones appear to be more stable, because they're all exactly the same operating system and the same hardware, all of them. There's no variance, and because there's no variance, you don't have to account for it. But at the end of the fucking day, if you can build a game and you go, oh well, that's acceptable because it's on a PC, but you wouldn't say the same about a console, I'm sorry, you need to stop building fucking games. You should never prioritize a console over a PC. You just shouldn't prioritize it. I don't care if it's more popular, you shouldn't prioritize it. Because although PC gamers are a lot lower numbers than what console gamers are, I can assure you they are very much fucking louder. PC gamers are just a very, very loud minority. The same as like the YouTubers and all that kind of crap. They're a tiny portion of gaming in terms of numbers. They're a tiny little portion, but they're the fucking loudest cunts in the business. Not since Steam came out. I'm dead.
Serious trauma detected.
And that's part of my issues. My issues are and always have been Steam ruined gaming because gaming required intelligence, and now it doesn't. So in a sense, Steam ruined gaming. But by the same token, if you've got Steam on your system, you can install games and they work. They just work. I mean, there are games running on Steam because of the fact that they've put the effort into making like DOS boxes and stuff like that work. They're running on Steam that you can make them work on a PC that like is more modern than they should be working on, but it's a pain in the arse. It's kind of like, do you really want to? Do you know what I mean?
We've got the hyenas spooked. Their entire council is gathered at the stronghold.
You sure we're ready to take down the council?
They're scared. We've done a lot of damage already.
So
we can neuter them for good.
yeah. Well, my problem with Counter-Strike is now, and I'm gonna say this out plain first, but my problem with Counter-Strike is if I could code, right? If I could code, and I can't, I could code a team of fucking bots that could kick the shit out of every pro team in the world easily. And I don't mean by giving them fucking like an aimbot kind of thing. If you watch all of the pro teams, every single one of them play the game in exactly the same way. They all hold the same angle in the same way. They are all so fucking predictable that, to be honest, I've seen newbie teams beating out a pro team because they weren't holding the angles in the same way, or they weren't peeking corners in the same way that the pros are expecting them to peek corners. They all play the game exactly the same fucking way, and I'm sorry, but they suck. I could build a set of fucking bots if I could code. I could design a set of bots that could beat every fucking time. And all I would make the bots to do is just pre-fire every single one of the fucking peaky corner points. I mean, but having said that, I don't like Siege. I kind of like the premise of Siege, but I don't like hero shooters. I think Siege is a great game in principle, but it fails heavily. It fails really heavily because of the hero element and because of the fact that every single gun in the game is a one-shot to the head. There is no gun, every single gun in the game is a one-shot to the head. And because there is RNG on the shooting, it means you can get a lucky headshot. I like the one-shot headshot from certain guns, but not from every single gun in the game. Don't get me wrong. I like the AK-47 for one-tapping people's heads in Counter-Strike. I like one tap. You know, I do like one-tap in games. I mean, that's why I play hardcore. Because when you play, my biggest reason for playing hardcore, it initially started because I used to be playing on the 360 with always American hosts. So the only advantage I had over them was I had faster reactions than most of them. So therefore, what I lost out to in ping, I could stay in reaction. I could still compete in reaction time. But the reason why I stayed playing hardcore was because hardcore negates meta weapons. There's no such thing as a meta weapon when you're playing hardcore. Every assault rifle kills in the same amount of bullets. Every submachine gun kills in the same amount of bullets. So it negates weapon meta. And the other reason I prefer hardcore is I don't like the minimap. Okay.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Okay. I don't like Valorant either. Well, I don't like it for the security reasons. I don't like the idea of having somebody getting access to my computer more than I've got access to it. I don't like that. But I don't like it because of the hero element. Again, I'm always going to criticize a game where if you've got two people shooting a gun against each other at a set amount of distance, if one can kill the other one first, when they both start shooting at the same time, then the game is not fair. It's not balanced.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
So, I mean, Valorant as a game, it plays really well. It might not do on console. I think Karks has just said the guns are inconsistent. But I think that's more of a console experience than anything else. Yeah. Playable beta.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
And what's other annoying is, due to the nature of Valorant, it should have absolutely had keyboard and mouse support. But it doesn't. Yeah. Well, I don't like toxic games, and games which I think sometimes some of the games they should kind of have a minimum age to play. You're like, if your account's held by somebody under the age of 18, for argument's sake, maybe they just shouldn't be allowed to play certain games. And it's not because of any other reason than they're not mature enough to take the loss. You know what I mean? The amount of times I've watched and listened to like fairly young people, basically most people under the age of fucking 25 to be honest, but you listen to young people and they can't take loss. You know, they can't take a loss. It's always somebody else's fault. Somebody else did this, somebody else did that. It's never their own fault. They can't take responsibility for their own fucking loss. Why don't they just say, well fucking played, you outgunned me? But no, cheating, fucking cheating, fucking cheating, aimbot, wall hacks, cheating. Yeah. It's like the old saying I used to say a long time, and a lot of other people use it as well. If I kill you, you suck. If you kill me, you're cheating. because everybody thinks they're the best player in the fucking world, and I've played with some really good fucking people in my time, and they'd wipe the floor with these so-called fucking pro players. I mean, one of the biggest players in the world I have an awful lot of respect for is Shroud. But although Shroud has a fantastic aim, he's one of the most overrated players in the world. And he's brilliant, but he's still one of the most overrated players in the world. Because when you put him into a high pressure situation, he doesn't perform anywhere near what he does when he's in a low. He's basically one of the best pub players I've ever seen for playing pubs. He's got what, sorry? Yes, he's really good on one-on-ones. He can hold his own, don't get me wrong, he doesn't miss much. But when there's high stakes, if he loses, or if he loses the fight, when there's a lot of pressure on him to not lose the fight, he loses to pressure straight away. I mean, but don't get me wrong, he's a fucking brilliant player, and I still say he's one of the best players in the world. He's one of the best players I've ever seen. But he has a lot of flaws, and you didn't see those flaws. Oh shit! I just ran into there. Fucking enemies, shit.
Vital signs critical.
You didn't see a lot of those like kind of flaws when you see people play like Fatality. When you see people like Destruct play, you know, when you see the old people play, they're all knocking on the door of fucking 50 now, 45 and 50 now. You know, they're nowhere near what they were. But if you ever happen to see Fatality stream, because I don't know if he still streams, but I know he was streaming a while ago. At the release of Valorant, he was streaming. If you ever get a chance to see his stream, you listen to the way he talks, and once you listen to the way he talks, if you then watch his gunplay, he's not. Don't get me wrong, he's not as quick as he used to be or anything like that. He's nowhere near as quick as he used to be. But if you watch his gunplay, he's a phenomenal player. And he doesn't fail under pressure. Well, my biggest problem in life is if you put a clock on me, I'll fail. Simple as that. If you put a timer on me, I'm gonna fail. Now here's the funny thing: if you say, for argument's sake, ask me to go somewhere, and during my journey, the journey is easily a 10-minute journey, and you give me 20 minutes to do it. Because you put me on a clock, I'll fail. Somehow I will fail. You put me on a clock, I fail. When we're playing games, I mean, Karks will have noticed this firsthand when he's played with me. Whenever there's a timer in a game, I fluster myself to the point that I fail straight away. Because I'm so concerned about that. Let's say, for argument's sake, like your rotations in like games like PUBG and things like that, when you're trying to beat the fucking dead area, dead zone thing. I've got 30 seconds to get from this point to that point, right? I might have 30 seconds worth of rotation time, but in my head, if I'm not there in the next 2 seconds, I'm dead. So I rush it straight away. And I negate anything else. I just ignore everything else that's in the game, and I rush straight for that point, because I know that point is where I need to be. And I know I'm on a limited time, and because I'm on a limited time, I fail straight away. Put me against a clock, I will always fail. It's why I will not do time trial things in games.
Hostiles.
You know the time trial shit that people do in the Call of Duties have had a couple of them, things like that, where you shoot things down against the clock and all that kind of thing. Whenever I won't do those in a game. I actually almost quit playing that first whatever because I thought it was trying to force me to do one of those performance tests. That's the question again. The first Descendant. Because it... Well, what it had is you have to go to this. You have to go to a certain person in the area, and they do you what's called a performance quest. And I instantly thought, oh, it's going to be a fucking target shooting thing against a fucking clock, and I'm not interested in doing that, so I quit the game. I just turned the game off, and then afterwards I went back and had a look, and it was nothing even remotely like that whatsoever. That was why I said I misjudged the game in the first place, and I said it was shit, because I don't like any game that forces you to do some kind of fucking stupid trial. I mean, if the entire game is a trial, that's fair enough. You know, like a racing game, you're always against the clock. Why did I stand up then? Why did I hold over there then? I wasn't pressing the buttons to do that. But yeah, I won't do those time trial events because what people tend to think is if you go through the original one from Call of Duty 4, I think the fastest time I've ever seen anybody done that is like fucking 13 seconds. And then people go, oh, I can do it in 13 seconds. If you do it in 30 seconds, you fucking suck. And I'm like, well, yeah, but I don't live on this time trial. I don't live on this time trial, but here's the reality of it. The reality is, and the guy that did it in 13 seconds, that's the fastest time I've ever seen. It wasn't actually 13, it was more closer to 14. But he did it, and the same guy won't go up against me in a 1v1 when he can't hide. Because he knows he's going to die first. As I keep saying, I may not be the player I used to be, but I don't miss much. Sorry? Yeah. First Descendant. It has familiarity. You'll have seen the same type of game before. As I said, it's a cross between fucking Warframe and Destiny 2. It looks like Warframe, but the movement's not as good as Warframe. Having said that, the movement in Warframe isn't that good either. People go on and on because of that bullet thing you can do in it, where you can you do like a dive and you turn around and you twist around in the air like a bullet. People go on about the movement's really good because of that, but you can dodge from anywhere. Which is really good, but you can't control the dodge. You can't consciously dodge from one point to another one while you're in mid-air kind of thing. You know, you can't control it. There's no control. It's just that it moves you and gets you out of the way quickly. It's that kind of thing, that's all.
Hostiles got information nearby.
Right. Okay. That kind of describes most games though, doesn't it? You see, for me, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the shit out of this game that I'm playing right now. But I like the idea, and I know it's kind of classified as a fucking big old waste of money these days. I do like the idea of buy a game, play the game, complete the game, and then never play it again. I get that. I like that. But you see, yeah, you can't, but you can't beat them. But you can't beat those games. Oh shit, what the fuck happened there?
Serious trouble.
Yeah. Well, that's because to play Pac-Man again, it's exactly the same game. It's exactly the same thing again, and the only... What the fuck is going on there? Every time I shoot my gun, it's fucking locking me up in the air. I think I'm stumbling over things. But yeah, the thing with Pac-Man is if you play it again and again and again, at the end of the day, you're only going for score. And you know, if you want to do a better score, you have to improve yourself. You have to think of a different strategy or a different way of doing things to get beyond the boss or the ghosts or whatever that's killing you. Whereas with the looter shooter things, they just make you go through the same shit and just make the enemies harder and harder and harder. So you're not playing the same game. It's just they make it in a sense too difficult to enjoy. It becomes a grind, a horrible fucking grind. And people want that from an end game. Oh, we need something to grind for. You don't need anything to grind for. A game's not supposed to be a grind. A grind is not a fucking good thing. Oh. Yeah. Uh-huh. The screw's been adjusted underneath, probably. There's usually an adjustment underneath them. Right, but okay.
Additional hostile contacts.
Right. Do you feel now? This is where the questions rise, because I understand what you mean by you want to feel as though you progressed, but what is progression to you? To you personally, what is progression? Because you see, a lot of people.
Detected.
The reason why they don't like the skill-based matchmaking is because they don't feel as though they're progressing, because they're always in the same place in the lobby, if you know what I mean, because they're playing against equally skilled people. Well, but for me, I can feel I'm getting better, even though I'm not progressing through the ranks of the lobby. I can, you know, you feel when you get better, you feel when you know something. But again, I come from a time in the Quake of the time and all that kind of stuff. I come from a time when you went into a game, you had fucking 10 weapons and that's all you had. There was nothing you unlocked or nothing you kept or anything like that. It was 10 fucking weapons. You go in, you get shit out of people. And then when you got better in that game, yes, you would start to win more often. You would start to win more often, and you'd get in lobbies where people would, they would expect you to do a lot better, you know what I mean? This has turned itself up to fucking heroic again, it's pissing me off. So your natural progression was, yes, you used to win a lot more often, and that was your natural progression. You could feel that you were better than other people. And you do get that with all the skill-based matchmaking games. You can feel that you're a better player than some of the people. Without a shadow of a fucking doubt, you can feel it. But people don't want that. They call progression fucking skins. Oh, gotta go for the skins. I gotta get all the skins. If there's no skins in the game, what's the point in playing? To win is the point in playing. To get better is the point in playing. To have fun is the reason for fucking playing it. The entry of skins and shit like that in a game ruin gaming.
Vital signs critical.
Because people now expect that, you've got to have this extra stuff for playing the game. When playing, I mean, the other thing is the developers of the game can make a game as shit as fuck, but as long as they give you a good what they call progression system, or they give you lots of shit and lots of stupid fucking pink fairy fucking skins. As long as they give you lots of that, people are happy because they feel like they're getting something for their time, rather than just playing the game. I'd love to see somebody of today go back to Quake days. I really would. I'd love to see them go back to the Quake time and have your 10 guns and that's it. And all the guns are spread around the map. You've got no loadouts, you got no shit, you got nothing. You get in the map, you've all got the same fucking pistol, and you pick up all your weapons as you go. Halo style.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
I've never completed Quake DLCs for Quake 1 and 2. Oh, hang on. Oh, I didn't know about a new campaign or anything like that. But I mean, all the maps and stuff that were made for Quake 2 were made by the community. There's fucking millions of them. And that's not an exaggeration. There may well be a million maps, because people were knocking fucking maps out, fucking 20 a week.
Hostiles. Guarding location nearby. Heavily armored hostile detected.
That's Doom. That's Doom 3.
Do you even know what you're for?
Okay, Doom 3 definitely has a a Hell on Earth or something like that. Definitely, because I have that. But it's not a mod or anything like that. It's a completely different version of the game. It's a different variation of the actual game. Yeah, but okay, yes, they were. They were standalone games. But yeah, but that's not a DLC. It's a standalone game. It doesn't require the base game. That's what I mean by it wasn't a DLC, because DLC requires the base game. Do you know every version of Call of Duty that ever comes out now will always be classified as a DLC? It's because Call of Duty now is actually the launcher. No. Modern Warfare 3, the executable is the same, but the content isn't the same between Modern Warfare 3 and Modern Warfare 2. So you won't be able to play Modern Warfare 2 because you won't have the content that makes it Modern Warfare 2. You'll have the same executable, but you don't have the rest of the content, so you won't be able to play it. Yep. Yeah, we can, because we bought it. Yeah, the loader allows you to go back. That's what I mean. Call of Duty is now the launcher, nothing more. Oh yeah, you can. No problem. Oh crap! Oh, it's very, very different.
Agent out of action.
Yeah, it's tremendously different. It's the Modern Warfare 3 is a lot better and in some aspects worse. It's a very different game that plays very, very different. I'm fucking never gonna get out of this. I hate the way this game piles it on. I mean, my level that I'm playing on is challenging. Everything in the game that I have is set up for challenging. I don't have heroic shit. So why, when I do a couple of good things or I have a little bit of success, does it decide, fuck it, you need to be on a harder level? I haven't got the weapons for the harder level. I haven't got armor for a harder level. Why does the game suddenly decide I should be on a harder level? I mean, even if I put the game onto normal, by the time I do a few control points, it'll be back on fucking heroic for all the control points.
Picked up a gun before this started.
But either way. But yeah, because I bought Modern Warfare 2 and I bought Modern Warfare 3, I will always be able to go back because the launch, you just go through the launcher to launch Modern Warfare 2 or whatever. The same as the Battlefield launcher. You launch any of the Battlefield games from the Battlefield launcher, from the same launcher. Yeah, that has been for about 5 years. Yeah, I think it came out with Battlefield 1. And again, they're trying to accumulate all the games in the same launcher. So, but that means all of the games are going to be classified as DLC because they're not a standalone game. Although you can buy the games and they will stand on their own 2 feet if you don't have the others still. You know, if you go buy like Black Ops 62, whatever's coming out next, if you go buy that and you install it and you don't have any of the rest of the games, it will still, you know, it will still stand alone. It's not a DLC game. The base game is still there, but it will install the launcher, and the launcher is the game. Just the same as Xbox is now software, it's not hardware. I saw this thing coming fucking years ago, and I said Xbox will become software eventually, and they're like, no, people were like, no, it won't, no, it won't. Then the Xbox app came on the PC, and I'm like, fucking told you so. Xbox is not hardware. The Xbox console is a Windows 10 machine that can play Xbox games through the app. Xbox is now software, nothing more. But I said that, oh god, maybe 2014 or something like that, I made that statement that Xbox is becoming software. And I was kind of doubted, and fair enough, people, you know, that people can doubt it with any hassles at all, it's not a big deal. But after about 2 years, the Xbox app came to PC. And you could use it to load games onto your console. You could use it to buy games for both PC and console. And then the Play Anywhere principle came out.
Friendly combatants detected.
I mean, the Play Anywhere was also a part of games for Windows as well. So the Play Anywhere system came out, which proves that the games have the same fucking base.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Fuck's sake.
Agent, capacity.
Why is it on fucking heroic?
Agent vital signs 0.
I hate the fact that it does that. Yeah, if you do well in the game, it puts the difficulty up higher automatically, and then you die a few times, and it puts it back down again. But the problem is, at the level that my character is in the game, right? This is what's important. My character is set up for to play against challenging enemies. Okay, the enemies on challenging level. I don't have the necessary gunfire power and things like that to challenge heroic enemies. Certainly not like in the fucking marauds that they do, in the fucking things that they do. I mean, it's practically a fucking zombie game this right now with the amount of fucking amount of spawn things that's coming at me. But none of my characters are set up to play heroic. I don't have heroic kinds of weapons. I don't have enough firepower to kill heroics and get through them fast enough. So you end up dying because of it. Why does the game decide that I need to be up against heroic? Because if I go up at a control point against heroic enemies, that control point's going to take me like fucking 40 minutes to get through. Whereas if I was going up against the challenging ones, which are correct for my character's level, at challenging difficulty, then it'll take like 10 minutes to get through. Why should I have to go through a control point for 40 minutes and kill spawns and spawns and spawns of these fuckers?
Serious trouble.
Because the game decides it wants to make it harder for me.
Agent down.
And that's where it gets aggravating. It's just the fact that none of these people can pick me up. It just gets aggravating constantly. Because it puts the level up again and again and again. I mean, if you get cornered in this game, you're absolutely fucking screwed. And it's like the spawn points the control points just never end. The enemies just never end. It's like an endless supply of fucking zombies, and I hated zombies. That was one of the reasons why I said Black Ops 3 was one of the worst fucking games in Call of Duty history, because it forced you to play zombies. Yeah. I did finish it. What put me off Call of Duty the biggest, to be quite honest, was I was doing a 24-hour stream to see how many Call of Duties I could complete in 24 hours. Yeah, and it became Space Invaders in the end. When you play the Call of Duties back to back in that way, and you realise that they are all exactly the same game with just a reskin. I mean, the story is exactly the same on all of them. They've all got the helicopter flying mission. They've all got the escape from the helicopter in a car or a jet ski or whatever mission. They've all got the stealthy mission. They've all got the rooftopy kind of mission, you know. All of the games, they're all fucking identical. They are all copy and fucking paste. Every fucking bit of it.
Vital signs critical. Agent incapacitated.
I haven't played that one. Again. No, he means the one now. No. It does. The only one that didn't have a mission was Black Ops 4. That one didn't have a campaign at all. Modern Warfare 3, I think people's biggest complaint about that one was that the fact that the campaign is so short.
Combatants detected.
No, it was a proper campaign. Oh, okay. I had no intentions of playing it, to be honest, and that kind of shows where I was with Call of Duty, because I used to enjoy all the campaigns. And I mean, I will still maintain that my favourite Call of Duty is still, the multiplayer is still Ghosts. Although, if I was to play Ghost today, I'd be disgusted at how clunky it is.
Make it quick, will you?
In fact, the last time I played Ghosts, I actually complained that I couldn't see people. And it was quite funny because the irony was very strong. Because at the time that I was playing it on a regular basis, I heard people saying, I can't see anybody. And I'm like, well, of course you can't open your eyes. But it's because I knew what to look for. You know, I had learned to know what to look for because I knew where people would be. Like if they're in a bush, I know where they're going to be. I know where to shoot. And I can see if they're there because the bush looks a little bit different. Not because I can see them, just because the bush looks a little bit different when there's a person in there. And I can't remember what those differences were now. So, and people don't play in the same way. They hide in different places. It's something that I noticed when I went back to a different Call of Duty. I think I went back to like 4 and I played a little bit of 4 and all the people that play that game now play it completely differently to the way we used to play it in the day. Like, all of the typical hiding places and things like that people used to get into, those hiding places, nobody uses them anymore. They've got newer ones. But the newer ones that they've got, I must say, they're kind of like borderline fucking cheating because they're pretty much outside the map, or they're outside of where you should be in the map, but they're not actually outside the map. There you are, I've just killed every fucker again, and now there's another fucking spawn wave coming in. Just fucking, this game's become zombies. When it's on heroic, it's just fucking zombies. It's just the fact that they have these fucking waves of more and more enemies coming in all the time. I mean, if you're gonna make the enemies tougher, make them fucking tougher. Make the same amount of enemies, but make them tougher. Make them faster, do other things. Don't just keep bringing more and more in all the time. Forcing me back further and further and further all the fucking time. Hey, which Halo? Oh, I fucking love that game. I do like that game. Ali cannot. Hi. Sorry, you caught us at a bit of a bad time where we're flagging off the road at the moment. But yeah, yeah. Halo Reach I did like. I mean, I'm a little bit controversial when it comes to the Halo games, as you know, because the one that everybody raved on about was Halo 3, and quite frankly, I thought Halo 3 was shit. And to go even more controversial, I preferred Halo 5 to all of them. Yeah, I agree. It's a better game than 3, yet theoretically it's supposed to be before 3. But yeah, it's I mean, for me, the best Halo was Halo 5. I don't like what they've done with the new one. I don't mind the multiplayer a little bit, although I don't play much of it. But I don't particularly like what they tried to do with the campaign. They tried to kind of sell it as though it's a fucking open world game, and it's not an open world game. Yeah. I got the multiplayer. I bought actually I can't remember if I bought the whole lot. I bought the multiplayer on Steam for pennies. I might actually have the campaign on Steam. I might have added it at a later date then.
Friendly combatants.
Then I bought the campaign then, I think. I meant, that's what I actually meant. But I Call of Duty, people are still playing it. It's still flooded with people. It's still the busiest game there is. Why am I not hurting this fucking dude? Call of Duty is still the busiest game that I see all the time. People are playing this new game that's just come out. People are playing XD5 because they seem to think it's better than Call of Duty. I mean, they're all wrong. It's different to Call of Duty. It's not better. I wonder if there's going to be another fucking wave of fucking zombies after this one.
Friendly combatants nearby.
I think it's going to be a wave of zombies again. The problem is when these things take so long to capture, I just get bored. I just get bored. As I said before, if they're going to make it fucking harder, make it harder. Don't just make it endless. Oh, we've actually got it. Yeah.
Supply room access unlocked. Friendly combatants detected.
I just like. I liked Reach. I liked the thing of Reach. I liked the cat there. Was she a robot woman or not? I can't remember. Was she like a cyborg? I can't remember. I liked the characters. Well, I didn't follow the story too much. I just liked the way that the game played, and that's me. That's what makes everything, how the game plays.
Thanks, Agent.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Thanks for the
Friendly
supplies.
combatants nearby.
What? What's one of those? Social lives. Fuck off. Nobody's got those. I mean, what's grass? What's this grass you speak of? Yeah. But I mean, for me personally, I don't have a problem with socialize or anything like that. I mean, I don't like people generally speaking. What is that? I've seen them before. They look pretty. Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't. I mean, I'm trying to get back out on the bike again and get a little bit fitter again because my fitness has gone to shit. Without a shadow of a doubt, since I had a knee injury, my fitness has gone to shit. But so I'm trying to get back out on the bike a bit more, but I just lose interest in a lot of stuff really quickly. I'm terrible for losing interest in things. And it's not because, I mean, I get bored quickly now. I really do get bored very, very quickly. No, I don't think so. I mean, I do get burnt out with streaming, and that's been noticed. I do get burnt out when I'm playing like the same game again and again, and then I try and change it up and play a different game, and to be quite honest, I keep going back to the same one. But what I have discovered is playing games on my own is fucking boring most of the time. Playing games on my own on a stream is boring because I'm not entertaining in any way, shape or form. I can have a laugh and we can have some great conversations, which is why I actually stream, because it's a social thing for me. But I mean, I'm not in any way, shape or form entertaining by any. I can't act. I'm not American, so I can't be fucking false like they all are when they speak, and everything's all exciting and we're driving this forward, and I can't do any of that shit. That's not me. I stream for the conversations and for like the friendships that I make. I much prefer playing games with people now, but I prefer to play with people who have my kind of mentality. They're playing the game for the enjoyment of the game. If they're too competitive, I'm not interested. Because I don't want to compete with people. I want to play games and have fun. I did my competition shit years ago. I don't care about that now. It's just really frustrating for me now to play games like a single player game and try, because I'm not, as I said, I'm not entertaining in any way, shape or form, and I never will be. I mean, I used to constantly say to people when I was playing Ghosts, because I used to get my air off with certain people, which we'll try not to mention, but I used to get my air off with certain people. And what I would do was, I would say, I've got no problems with playing with me whatsoever, with anybody playing with me, but leave your fucking emotions at the door. I don't want to hear your emotions in the game. So the moment you go, oh my fucking god, no fucking way, just get the fuck out of my game. I'm not interested anymore. I don't, all that shit just pisses me off. I can't understand why you can't just leave your emotions at the fucking door and play the game. And just accept people are better than you. I mean, it's not difficult, is it? I mean, they don't even have to be like a better player than you. They've just got to get the better of you at that particular time, in that particular fight, in that particular game. They outgunned you, simple as that. Accept it, move the fuck on. But there's not enough acceptance of the fact that somebody beats you these days. As I said earlier, if one person beats the other one, then the other one sucks. If the other one beats the one person, then the other one must be cheating. Because everybody seems to think they're the fucking best people on earth. I mean, I tell you what has hit home actually with XDefiant. Because XDefiant doesn't have the skill-based matchmaking, all of these people, or a lot of these people, who thought they were way above average and they're being hammered by the skill-based matchmaking, all of a sudden realised they were actually being protected by the skill-based matchmaking. So they thought, oh, that they're doing the skill-based matchmaking is affecting the gameplay, so that must be because they're really high skilled. It's not. It's because they were fucking shit. The moment you take the skill-based matchmaking away, they were fucking losing left, right, and centre because they just weren't that fucking good.
Friendly combatants detected.
I mean, I really don't think, in all fairness, I don't think XDefiant will last very long as a game. The moment Call of Duty comes back out, like the new Call of Duty comes out, XDefiant's going to be dropped like fucking hot potato. That's my thought. A hot potato. Yeah. No. It's if you imagine you're trying, yeah. No, I'm not intelligent enough to come out with new ones. I've got to go back to the main place, I think, and dump some shit off. And actually, I should be calling it a night. But yeah, it's I get really pissed off with people who can't control their emotions And it's why I really truly believe that below a certain age you shouldn't be allowed to play games where it's heavily competitive, because you're not mature enough to take the loss. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, they're not. But yeah, but it's not that they can't, but they're choosing not to.
Greetings.
Yeah, it's not that they can't. They can control their emotions, but they seem to think that if they can get upset over something, then that thing has to change. Because millennials and younger seem to be so fucking arrogant that they think they can go through their entire fucking life without anybody saying anything that they don't like. And that's the bit that pisses me off. If you think you can go through life without anybody saying something you don't agree with, I'm sorry, but you really don't deserve a fucking life.
Looking for something special?
Hey, what was she offering for something special? Hello? Nope. She's not going to talk to me again. But yeah, it's that's the thing that's bugged me for a long time. I don't understand why people seem to think that, and there's so much stuff going on, you know, like you're not allowed to say this, you're not allowed to say that. I mean, we're even now being stopped by some dumbass people. We're being stopped from doing the thumbs up sign. Yeah, it's a thing. Apparently, if you do the thumbs up sign, because the thumbs up sign was like a sign of well done, because it gets abused by people so much, because, you know, like everybody picks up on something and then starts doing it, because it gets used so much, it's lost its meaning, so we should stop using it. Well, it has. I mean, if you think of the 3 most powerful words in the world, which are I love you, right? If you get somebody that says it a lot, it loses its meaning. If you tell your partner that you love them and you tell them a lot, it loses its meaning. It's no longer so special. And it's the same as the thumbs up in a sense. Yes, I get it. It's lost its meaning. It's no longer such a special thing. Like your fucking star that you used to get at school for doing your chores good at school or whatever, you know. You got a gold star. It was a really big achievement. And you realise that gold star when you're later in life was a fucking worthless piece of shit that a condescending teacher did to you. But on a lighter note, yeah, it's there's just so much idiocy in the fucking world. I'm kind of glad I'm closer to the way out than the way in. I really am. I'm really glad that I'm closer to the fucking exit than the entrance.
Anything I can do for you?
It's maybe because we're not too different in fucking age and we both lived in the same fucking world and we watched it deteriorate to a pile of shit because of soft pussy ass people and snowflakes that's had everything handed to them on a silver fucking platter by their parents that worked their fucking arse off, and then they criticise their parents working their arse off. I had my daughter a couple of months ago wanting me to say fucking sorry for working so hard while she was a child that she never got time to spend with me. I'm sorry, I was giving you a fucking home. But I had to, she wanted me to apologise or acknowledge the fact that she was upset over it. I don't give a flying fuck. You are the person you are now because we sacrificed things earlier in your life. And we did the sacrifices, not you. I mean, it's like, I don't really want to bring this up, and I am going to end the stream very quickly after I bring it up deliberately. It's like the people who are wanting modern day people to apologise and pay money out for the slavery that happened 200 fucking years ago. I mean, I don't understand the mentality there. So is somebody, for argument's sake, if my ancestors at some person or in some time in their life, if they were kind of slave traders or whatever, is that my fault? Did I do that? Why the fuck should I pay for that? It wasn't my ancestors because most of the fucking slave traders were black. Most of the slave trade was black with black, trading black. It wasn't fucking whites. The white man ended fucking slavery. No, it's not called. No, it wasn't called. It wasn't called child abuse when I was a child. It wasn't called child abuse when I was a child. It was called discipline. And now here's the thing, right? I did something wrong from my parents. I got a fucking slap for it. Do you think I did it wrong again? Now the slap was over with in a matter of fucking minutes. The pain was gone in a matter of minutes. Do you think I did it again? I learnt my fucking lesson. I learnt I'd crossed the line. Never crossing that line again. When I went to school, when I went to school, I got the cane when I was at school, right? Big ass fucking big bulging fucking teacher whacks you up the fucking arse with a cane and makes mark. That caning is done in a couple of minutes. The pain is gone in a couple of minutes. It's done. But you now learnt the line that you don't cross. The problem is we can't have a line now because we can't discipline. We can't even fucking shout now. We can't discipline. And because there's no discipline, we've got fucking snowflakes running the fucking world practically. Yeah. You know, you didn't, you're right. Okay, I'm going to correct you there. You didn't get bullied by teachers. You got disciplined by teachers. In your place. Oh, right. So what they've done there, and I'm sorry, this is because they had corporal punishment removed from them as a way of teaching you cross the line. They had all that shit removed from them. They could no longer touch you. They could no longer even shout too hard, or they have 500 angry fucking parents going to run them down. They can't do that. So what they did the other thing, and I do this one in real life. If I can't make you see sense all on your own, I will fucking humiliate you to the point that you will see sense. You will not do it again because I will make a spectacle of you. And that's what would have happened to you. And that's because they much rather would have slapped you upside the fucking face and you'd have learned whatever the problem was, you would never have done it again. But because they weren't allowed to do that, they had to find ways of doing it which didn't physically hurt you or mentally torture you, but they just made you feel stupid. Yes, I understand why they've done that, and I don't necessarily disagree with what they've done. But the thing is, when it comes down to it, what would you rather have? Would you rather have somebody, as you are now, because you're a lot older and you're starting to understand more of how life really works, if you had a defiant little kid, right? A defiant little kid, I mean, ADHD, it ain't a fucking it's not an illness in any way, shape or form. It's an arrogant little bastard that won't do as they're told. They've had to put a label on it so they could get away with it. It's not a fucking it's not a mental problem. It's not a physical problem. It's just an arrogant, angry little child that won't do as they're told. It's a badly behaved child. Slap them upside the face a few times, they'll fix it. They won't have it again. I mean, when I grew up, if you preferred your own company, you were classed as a loner, okay? So you were just a loner, you preferred your own company, and I preferred my own company a lot of the time. You get classed as a loner. You're not really a one that has lots of friends or anything like that. You just, you know, you do your thing on your own, you don't bother anybody. Now, those people are classified as clinically depressed. They have a mental illness. And And they don't. They just prefer their own company. I mean, generally speaking, I don't particularly like people that much because people cause me problems. So I don't really get on with people that much, so I tend to not socialize that much. Although I can be a very sociable person, I tend to not socialize that much. I mix with a very small group of people, and I stick to the very small group of people because they're people that I trust. Hello, dude.
I've got the biggest inventory in DC.
Yeah, but an introvert isn't an insult. How are you, Mr. Romy? We're putting the world to rights here. Because you're alone. You see, according to the way we're actually really good this fine evening. As I said, we're putting the world to rights. So the reason why people tend to be classified as clinically depressed and things like that when they're a loner is because, for some unknown reason, millennials and everybody younger than millennials tend to have this fucking dumbass idea that humans are social people. We're all social, and if we're not social, there's something wrong with us. Humans are not social. They never have been social. They are forced into social situations, but they're not social. Everybody prefers their own company.
Let me be your one.
I don't know anybody that prefers that thinks it's better to be in a group of rowdy people or be on their own to think. Actually, Romy, are you a millennial? I'm not sure if you're old enough to be a millennial. But it's just really weird. People seem to think that we're social creatures. Humans are not social creatures.
Here you go. Best beer in the city.
We can survive on our own, and we usually prefer our own as opposed to being in a group. Because when you're in a group, you have to do what's best for the group. When you're on your own, you can please your fucking self. And we like to please ourselves. We like to do our own thing.
Nice to see you.
Anyway, Mr. Romy, have you been out for a ride tonight by any chance? Oh, he's gone silent. Romy. No, you took Dan to the gym. Oh, going to the fucking gym, building them gym muscles. I was going to try and get out today, but I ended up working late, later than I should have done, and then I had chores to do for the wife and take her to get her medication and crap, and then I got back and I decided to play with my new little Steam Deck toy. And then I started playing games, and then it became stream time. So, yet again, I didn't get any exercise and I missed out. Terrible. I've got to get my fitness right, so I've got to get a little bit fitter so you don't like humiliate me so bad when we're going uphill. But I've got such a long way to go and such little amounts of motivation. But you see, that's something I can say is a very social thing for me. The cycling for me is very, very social. I can't go out for a pleasure ride on my own. It's boring as fuck. However, I can sit on the trainer in the kitchen and ride for hours because I'm riding to numbers. And I can also do the commute to work because there's a purpose to the ride. But just going out and riding for fun, for me, is no fun unless I'm with somebody. So I do have a social thing about me. I'm not a complete nutter antisocial person. I just prefer a limited amount of company of a limited amount of people that I get on with. I just don't necessarily like the idea of crowds of people. I mean, a perfect example is at the place that I work. I've worked there now for 14 years, and I would say 50% of the people that I worked there, I couldn't name them. If you had to put their photo up in front of me and say, what's that person's name? I'd be like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And some of these people have been in the company for 20 plus years, and I still don't know who the fuck they are by their name. Seriously, I don't. I tend to walk up to people and say, hi, can you help me with this? Because I don't know their name. So I can't say, hi, Bob, because I don't know their fucking name. It's just like, hello, can you help me with this? I'm told you can help me with this. You apparently are the man I've got to come to. Or woman. So, I just, you know, I've worked there now for 14 years. And it's only been the last 2 years that I got to know any more than about 15 people. But it's because, you know, I'm secluded in a little room on my own. I'm kept in the corner out the way. And I don't really, the people that I don't really work with, I don't need to know who they are, do I? So. But that's me. I've been classified as antisocial by a woman who I can't even remember her fucking name. But I'm antisocial apparently. Sorry? No. It's just a woman that has worked with the company for 20 odd years.
I don't know how we keep some of this stuff working, but we do.
I'm gonna say thank you for that. Apparently I've got good social skills, but I'm not very sociable. I'm not overly sociable. This is a woman that works at the company. She's worked at the company for a lot of fucking years. I mean, she's been there 20 plus years. And I was talking to somebody else who I can't remember his name either. I was talking to him, and he said the reason why you don't know anybody is because you sit in a room on your own. And I said I sit in a room on my own because I can't stand fucking noise. I can't concentrate on my job when there's too much noise around. And so I don't get to know people. Unless I work with you, I don't really know who you are. And this woman kind of spouted up from the back of the room kind of thing. And she was like, are you antisocial? I'm like, no, I'm not antisocial at all. I'm a very sociable person. I just, if I don't work with people, I don't learn their names. We have these big top knobs come around the building every now and then. You know, the Yankee Doodle fucking dandies that own the business in the first place. They come around and they kind of get introduced to me. And then the moment they walk out the fucking door, I'm like, who the fuck was that? I don't remember their names. Some of them I do, but others I don't. I just don't remember people's names unless I need to work with you in some way, shape or form. I'm not even going to try and remember your name because it's knowledge that I don't need. I can easily walk up to you and just say, can you help me with this, please? and that's how I do things. Well, the other thing, of course, is when you've done that 5 or 6 times, it's kind of a little bit awkward saying, do you know what? What's your name? I don't know. And then there was another one. Too logical of a take. Then there was another situation where our financial dude, I was explaining to him that I didn't really know anybody in the company. And our financial dude says, would you like me to take you around and introduce you to people? I said, so you want to walk me around and introduce me to people that's worked at the company for as long as I have because I don't know their names? Do you not think that's going to make me feel a bit fucking stupid? And he's like, sorry? Yeah, he's an accountant. He's the account. Yeah. But you know, it was like, do you want me to introduce you to people? I'm like, no, there's a waste of time now. It's now awkward. But even when people, you know, people are coming around for interviews and things like that, they're coming around for interviews and they get introduced to me, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm not going to remember your name. I'm not even going to try to remember your name. Because it's a waste of time. I mean, you're not going to get the fucking job anyway. Because you want far too much fucking money. And for the skill level that you've got, you want far too much money, and we're not going to pay it. So you're not going to get the job.
Good to see you.
I mean, I don't say that. That's just inside my head. I did actually say to some, well, I've said it to a few people a few times, if you don't allow one of those psychologist people to get into my head, they need fucking, they need to shrink themselves.
Screw to get an espresso machine.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm not in any way, shape or form a psychologist or even pretend to be, but I do understand the psychology of a lot of the way people think in general, and that's just become through life experience. We've just produced something, right? I can't really say where it is just yet, but we've just produced something, and I've made a big effort to make it, and I'm going to be very careful with the words, water resistant. Now, I'm never going to use the word waterproof. And we also took a jet wash to it, and we tested it with a jet wash to see if it leaked water through, and it didn't. So, but I'm not even going to make the statement of it's jet wash safe. Because what happens when you say something is waterproof, it's jet wash safe, it won't break, it's sturdy as it, people will test it to destruction just to prove that what you said wasn't correct. And it's the psychology of humans where if you basically say something, you can't break this window, you can't bend this piece of metal, you couldn't break this baseball bat over your head, people will actually, yes, people will actually try it to see if your claim holds up when they test it to extremities. But what they don't do is they don't test it for real life things. They test it by, in the case of this this thing that I've produced, they would test it by holding a jet wash right next to it and blowing it. Well, here's the thing, because I actually talked to our marketing guys and I said, make sure, even though you have a video of it being tested, being jet washed, and we know it doesn't leak, don't show that video to anybody. Don't put that video on social media. Don't make a statement that it's waterproof. Don't make this statement. Do not try and do that, because I will guarantee the moment you do that, the moment we release it, somebody will fuck it up deliberately. They will test it to destruction, and then we'll look stupid by saying a statement that isn't untrue, but they're going to call it a lie. And he was like, I don't understand what you mean. So I just explained it. The other thing I explained was, when you look at a car that has a sunroof, and you look at a car that has doors that open and close, okay? The car manufacturer at no point tells you that those doors are watertight. They don't tell you the sunroof doesn't leak. And the reason why they don't tell you that is because it won't make stupid people test it to destruction. People just assume, oh, it's got rubber seals around it, it must be waterproof, and I won't bother testing it. But if you say it's waterproof, people will try and test it. So when I tried to explain this to my boss, what I said was, if you need a clearer instruction of what I'm trying to say, because what I'm trying to say is very clear, but I know you'll try and twist it. What I said was, go and bring your car round to me and give me a jet wash, and every water seal on your car I will blow through in a matter of seconds. I will break every seal on your car, but you believe it's waterproof. In a matter of seconds, a jet wash will disintegrate most water seals on a car, if you try to do it.
Low prices?
But if you don't say it's waterproof, people won't try to do it. They'll just jet wash their car as normal. They won't put the jet right next to it. It's just a case of when you set somebody a fucking challenge, they always try to rise to the challenge. If you, I mean, I'm one of the worst offenders in the world, because if somebody says I can't do something, I am going to fucking do it. It's as simple as that. My wife does it all the time. She manipulates me like fuck. Because she'll ask me to do something. And it might be like a decorating thing, or it might be, I don't know, put the bit. And I'll say, yeah, I'll get round to it in a minute. She says, what's the matter? Can't you fucking do it? And she knows that moment it's going to be done. She does it all the time. She manipulates the fuck out of me because she knows when somebody says you can't do it, I will do it. It's as simple as that. No, it's not a well, here's the thing. I've probably mentioned this many times before. I have this stupid, insane ability to drive myself physically to the end of destruction. When I used to run like racing things, I would do the 1500 meters, in which time I have a very respectable time, even within professional racing people. Hello, Mr. Soulman. So I have a very respectable time, even within professional runners. And when I used to run the 1500 meters, the school that I used to run for, they got so used to it that they had a stretcher waiting for me at the end of the line, because they knew very well I was going to exhaust myself so much that I would physically collapse. So it was, they learned how I do it. I just have this weird ability to absolutely drive myself to my physical limits really, really easily. And it's something that Rummy, who's in here, may actually notice that I can do this when we eventually do go on a ride together. He's going to realize how much I can destroy myself. But it's just one of those things. If you tell me I can't do it, I'm doing it. I mean, I don't think it's a man thing. I think it's a case of I'm going to do it or I'm going to die trying. If I'm going to fail at something, I'm going to fail because I've given it everything I can and I physically couldn't do it. But that's kind of the way it works. How is Mr. Soulman?
Take a look at what I've got for you.
Has Robbie dropped off?
Nothing I'm seeing at this point fills me with optimism.
He will be a biking buddy. He's a real life work colleague.
Need help crafting something?
We don't necessarily work together, but we do work at the same place, and I have to go and grab his help. I have to go and grab his help occasionally. Oh, that's nice. Is there anything you'd like to play particularly? Is there anything you'd like to play there tomorrow, Soul? He's not going to play Fortnite.
You need help with something?
I'm doing some laps around this fucking room. Yeah. Oh, what?
Everything is priced.
Okay. Well, you see, I'm not an Android guy because it's better than Apple. I hate Apple because no, I can't stand Apple because Apple owe me thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds. They owe me money. No. They stole about 7,000, 8,000 music tracks. I'll have to go with what's installed already. Takes too fucking long to download. What have you got installed? Tell me what you got installed, and then we can play that. I'm easy on. I think tomorrow can be just like a bits and pieces day. I mean, obviously, I understand you got Call of Duty installed. I can't remember where else you said you'd installed or didn't install or something. But yes, so when Right. The very long story short was when iPlayer first came out for PC. Yes, I've said it many times. So it essentially wrecked all of my music library, and I was in an unfortunate. Can't remember what you see. Okay, no worries. Well, I mean, whatever you've got tomorrow. If I don't actually have it, if I don't have it installed, I can install it. It's not a big deal. But I'm thinking tomorrow might be another bits and pieces day where I just pop and change games all day long, because I kind of like those days. I want an ivory key and I ain't got one. Cox has got an ivory key. I think he stole it from somebody. I'm doing laps while I talk bollocks. But yes, I'll let him answer that. Soulman's just asked if Mr. Cox is okay. So I'm just gonna kind of... There we go, fucking simple answer. Yup. Tell him your great news, Cox. Tell him your fucking great news. I'm gonna tell him your great news if you don't. He's got about 10 seconds to fucking say his great news, or I'm gonna say it. The achievements that you've done recently. Yeah, it wasn't anything to do with games. Real life achievements. Real life achievements. Examinations.
Backpacks to boots.
You look, you say it, or I'm gonna. Okay, right. Mr. Soulman, he says it doesn't count, but here's what he achieved recently. He achieved his written test for his vehicle driving things, and he passed his theory tests, and very, very recently he's also passed the practical test for his school. Then he has to go on to the big one. So he's ready for his driving test, and he's going to pass it with flying colours because he's ace.
Please approach the safe area using one of the designated checkpoints.
See, I will praise your fucking achievements. It's...
What a day.
Why not? Fucking Gen Zs, eh? Fucking Gen Zs, they can't even handle a manual car. Well, well done, Cox, never a doubt. I said, fucking well done, mate, proud of you. And he says, thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dad. But yeah, it's those things are an achievement. There's there's no doubt about it. They are an achievement. Oh, hello. Effing auto buggery, yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I've got a funny feeling in the next 10 years or so, our driving test in the UK will allow you to take a driving test in an automatic car and still be allowed to drive a manual car, and I completely disagree with that. Let's not dumb the test down to be an American test, because otherwise, I mean, that's like getting the car. Can you drive around this car park? Yeah, fine, there's a license. It's, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, and many people will disagree, as far as I'm concerned, if you can't drive a manual, you can't fucking drive. It's you know, it's part of the learning process. It's you know, clutch control and things like that. You give people a manual, let them drive a manual, and the first time they come to go up a hill on a little bit of maybe a grass hill or something like that, because they got to go and drive up a field, they're just going to spin the wheels terribly, and because they're stupid, they're just crap. I mean, I used to have a rear-wheel drive car. It was a Ford Sierra, rear-wheel drive, very skinny tires and all that kind of crap. And I used to go to the flying field where we flew the helicopters. I would go up to there, and it was an incline all the way up, and it was quite often a wet, muddy field. Now, I could get my Ford Sierra up that fucking hill without a question and without a problem, and people with fucking four-wheel drive were stuck at the bottom, wheel spinning themselves into oblivion. Because they were fucking morons with a Jeremy Clarkson attitude.
Civilians are not permitted to carry firearms inside the safe area. Violators will have their weapon confiscated.
Yeah. Alright, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I also saw he was spreading some seeds apparently. He had to do like a 10-acre field, and he dumped all of the seed at the first 2 seconds. He just dumped it all in one go instead of spraying it. Fucking idiot. I mean, the bloke, don't get me wrong, he's funny and a lot of it is acting, but he's a fucking moron. The only thing that he says that I completely not to agree with is, his words are, I can't ever see a time when I will enjoy driving a car that doesn't have a noise coming out the front and a noise coming out the back. Yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
And I thought desk work at the NSA.
A lot of them have a noise generator. A lot of them have a noise generator within the vehicle to make noise for that very reason. It's more to do with yeah, so am I. Absolutely, so am I. I mean, I can't. My thing that I don't like electric cars isn't to do with the cars themselves. It's to do with the complete and utter bullshit that we are told about the environmental friendliness of electric cars and all that kind of fucking horseshit. They are worse on the environment to produce an electric car that does not move. So, like on its day of sale, it's already produced the same amount of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere as a petrol car during its manufacture and driving something like 70,000 miles. They've already produced it because the production of electric car is fucking terrible for the planet. And do you know where all the batteries go? They go into landfill. And to recycle a battery requires people in hazmat suits. To recycle a petrol tank or a metal car, you just chuck it into a fucking thing and squash it. They are honestly, for me, it's the environmental bullshit that people make out that they're environmentally good and safe. They're not. They're not. They're heavier than a standard car, which means they damage the roads more. They use a load of their carbon footprint is fucking enormous before they even do a mile, and it's not like the energy that they're filling up with is fucking carbon free, because it all comes from a fucking coal based fucking electric station. Yes. But yeah, there's nothing fucking good about them other than the fact that when you want to accelerate in them, they will piss all over a petrol or a diesel, because the nature of electricity means with batteries, all of the power is there all of the time. So they have an unbelievable acceleration speed and all that kind of crap. You know, a petrol or a diesel can't compete no matter how powerful they are.
Hey, rugby team.
Good to see you.
Right, that depends a lot, because the reason why it depends a lot, essentially, to fill up the tank on an electric car, to fill up the tank will cost you, like, I don't know, say 20 quid, 30 quid, depending on the price of electric at the time. Okay, to fill up the tank of a petrol car will cost you 70, 80 quid kind of thing, depending again on the size of the tank. So they appear to be more economical in that sense. Your electric car, I know they say you can do 300 miles to a single charge, and I've yet to see any electric car that actually matches what the manufacturer says, because the manufacturer tests it in ideal conditions and real life doesn't. However, if you have an electric car and economy yeah, they do accelerate really fast, there's no doubt about it. I mean, the Tesla will out-accelerate most cars. And the Tesla actually is one of the most uneconomical electric cars there are. They're actually terrible for the environment and shit like that. But if you... Okay, I'll give you a different question about economy, because it yeah, electric winter wipers, heating, lights, air conditioning, all that kind of demisting crap and things like that. Yeah, that's going to take a big old toll on anything. But to give you an example of economy, because if you have a car that does 50 miles to the gallon, and you have a bus that does 10 miles to the gallon, and you want to carry 70 people 10 miles, the bus is far more economical, because the bus can carry 70 people in one go, and the car has to take so many trips it'll never do it. So when you look at economy, you have to look at it in all senses, not just the money kind of side of things. So when you look at electric car for economical use, and I've said this one many times, you go get yourself an electric car that's got a 250 mile range, and tomorrow we'll go to a trip to Scotland, and we're going to set up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and then we're both going to get to Scotland, and whichever one gets there last buys the beer. Okay, the electric car cannot even come close, because it will run out of fuel, and then it's going to take a minimum of 1 hour. Minimum of 1 hour to top itself up enough to get there. The petrol car will run out of fuel much later, and it'll take 3 minutes to fill the tank, and then it's off again. Now, here's the other thing. The petrol tank on my car will be good use as long as I don't physically damage it. It'll be good for the next 25 years. It ain't going to rust. It's not going to rot away. However, your fuel tank in your electric car will be fucked in 5 years' time. Oh, and then it'll cost more than the car's worth to replace it. So, it's not going to be recycled, it's going to go to landfill. And then we're going to strip mine the rest of the fucking world to provide all of the materials to make more batteries, so we can dump them in landfills as well. It's not an ecological, it's not an economical, and it's not a good system. And my problem, as I said, it's not the electric cars. The electric cars themselves are fucking brilliant. My problem is the entire load of bullshit that goes around. There's a meme that we have at work we have at work on a few of our computers, and it's an electric car that's ran out of fuel, and there's a guy comes in a diesel truck with a diesel generator to recharge the fucking car, because it actually runs on fossil fucking fuels. Hello! Electric cars run on 80% fossil fuel. I mean, solar energy is... nuclear fuel... nuclear's been used for years. Have you ever heard of Chernobyl? Well, it's the same deal. It's the same deal. The nuclear fuel has been around for years. But if you look, I mean, they're all going, oh, but we can use solar. Solar's fucking useless. Solar has 250 watts per square meter. 250 watts with no loss per cubic meter. But they always do have a loss. They're not 100% efficient. They're about 80% efficient at best. So that's maybe 210 watts at 1 meter square. You have solar panels on your house. They never pay for themselves. Unless you're heavily subsidized when you buy them. They will never, ever pay for themselves. Not in this country. Maybe in other countries, but not in this country. They'll never pay for themselves. The amount of money that you have to shell out, you'll never save that on your electricity bills within the lifespan of panels, because they only last 10 fucking years. Then you got to pay somebody 200 quid once a year to go and clean them for you. It's false economy. People think it's economical because they see the end numbers, but they don't see the running costs. They don't see the fact that they deteriorate terribly, and they're not really efficient. They don't see that. Then you got those great big fucking windmill things that are really, really expensive to make. So the per kilowatt power that comes out of them is an absolute fucking fortune. And if they get physically damaged in any way, shape or form, they just turn them off and take them down. They don't replace them because they'll never pay for themselves. So wind power is really expensive. Solar power is really inefficient and expensive. You've got tidal power, which is fairly efficient. And you can always rely on tides because we have a moon. So tidal power could possibly work. But its generation, its output to effort is astronomically expensive. So again, it's not going to fucking work. Without fossil fuels, we've got no electricity. Simple. And the people that put these big ass solar array things up, Elon Musk was talking about, we can put a solar array just outside of Tokyo and it can supply all of Tokyo. Yes, it can. But in the meantime of doing that, you're now going to have to dig up fucking acres and acres and acres and hundreds of acres of land, if not thousands. You're going to have to put concrete down there, which will fuck up the water table and everything everywhere on the planet. You're going to evict about 10,000 fucking animals, if not 20,000 or 10 million animals. And I don't mean insects, I mean full fucking animals. And then solar arrays kill birds that fly over top of the solar array because they heat them up and cook them while they're in the fucking sky. But it doesn't kill sparrows and blackbirds. It kills great big fucking rare eagles and things like that. So again, ecologically, solar panels are fucking terrible. But you don't see that. You don't get told that. You just get told that it's cheaper to run because of this, and this. And it's not. The grand total, the grand effect of it is fucking worse. The reason we have all the flooding in the UK at the moment isn't anything to do with the weather. It's to do with the fact that we've built fucking houses everywhere on all of the natural floodplains. We put concrete there and we've directed the water to places that it shouldn't go. All of the natural floodplains have been fucked up, which would have put the water back where it needs to be, back in the water table. And we've put concrete down to build fucking houses. And we've ruined the country. We've ruined the whole we've ruined the ecology of everything. We've wrecked it because we're greedy.
Definitely eat some venison.
Well, that's the UK. But we've just wrecked everything because we're fucking... Yeah, we just wrecked it because we're greedy. I mean, the best thing humans can do to look after the planet is fucking suicide them all. That's the best thing humans can do to look after this planet. Because nature finds a way. Humans defy nature. So for the lack of a better word, humans are the cancer of the fucking planet. Because we act exactly like cancer. We spread into an area, we overcome it, we take all of its natural resources, and then we just spread to the next area and do exactly the same and again and again and again. and a virus is the same thing. It's the only other organism that lasts the same, that works in the same way as a human. A fucking virus.
How many people are willing to put their lives on the line to save a stranger?
Twitch? Oh! Oh! I'm in division at the moment. I was actually coming up a while ago. I was coming up a while ago, but it appears as though people have dropped in, so I'm not going to. So I've just been putting the world to the right instead for the last half an hour or so.
Ballbuster.
I've been busting balls, apparently. Yeah. Yeah, busting bollocks. Ah, I said the dog's bollocks to Mr. 5 about more than 20 years ago now. I said like 20 years ago. It would have been around the year 1999, 2000, something like that. Yeah. I said that's the dog's bollocks, and he was like, what? So I explained it, and he went into work. He went into work the next day, and he found an excuse to say, well, that's the dog's bollocks. Oh shit! Fuck! Bad enemies! No, he's talking about the people that I used to work with. They were asking where's he from. Yeah. Weren't you working with Matt at the time? Ooh. Fuck me, these are a bit evil, these, but yeah. These fuckers are a bit evil. How does the points thing work? Well, you get points for watching the stream. And then when you get points for watching the stream, you can then spend your points on making silly sounds and things like that, or silly images from some of the animation things that I've done. Yeah. And you can actually, if you type !claim, I have a little bot that's running while I'm streaming, and it doesn't run when I'm not, so don't do it when I'm not streaming. If you type !claim, it will award you with 5,000 points. Oh, that'll be heist you're referring to. You can do, yeah. It's a gamble. It's not gambling. Well, yeah, that one raises a very sore subject for me. You remember the whole fiasco of the loot boxes in games? Okay. Well, there was this thing in games where they were saying loot boxes in games are like they're saying they were gambling, and I stood up in the middle of anywhere and I said it's not gambling because you can't lose. Yeah. No, well, kind of, yeah, but these loot boxes you earn through games and you get skins and whatever for achievements, right? What? Right, but these loot boxes you can actually pay with real money, right? So you can buy them with real money. You can spend £1 on a loot box, okay, and then you get a skin or something like that. And people they said it was gambling, right? And my argument was that it's not gambling because you always win. You cannot lose. You cannot get nothing for your money. And gambling, you can lose all of your money. So in this case, And I'm like, I just, the way I did it was, it's a little bit like those baseball cards where you pay your $1 and you get 3 cards. Whether you like what you get's fucking irrelevant. But you still always get something for your money, so it's not gambling. But apparently some people disagreed with me and they said it was gambling. It might be predatory, but it's only preying on the fucking weak-minded idiots, isn't it, really? But the thing is, the thing is, A drops in every now and then, stirs some shit up and then leaves again. But yeah, it's the whole thing. It's like baseball cards, or in the UK we would have like football cards, you know, same kind of deal. But I disagree with it. I disagree with it being gambling because you can't lose. But that's because people are fucking idiots, and yes, it's predatory. It's preying on the weak-minded. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you know, if there was like a skin I wanted in the game, and I bought skins for games. I bought a couple of skins because I wanted some pink fuzzy fucking bullets, you know. I bought them, and I have no problem. Okay, right, Mr. Soul, catch you later, dude. Yeah, Mr. Soulman's in the chat. He's just dropped off. He's no, he just pops in when he can. He's got a bit of a busy life at the moment, so he just pops in when he can. Well, definitely a few weeks. Maybe a month. He came on briefly about a month ago. Yeah, it was good fun.
That's a win for us.
I'm proud of
First Descendant. It's not a bad game. It's not a bad game. It's at first, as I said earlier, because I thought it was going to put me in some kind of fucking time trial shit. I was pissed with it. But no, it's not a bad game at all. It's a pretty decent game. It's fun. As long as you take it as you know, as a fun game, it's a fun game. I mean, it's not a player versus player, although you will have players that just fucking run through it in a really aggressive way really quickly while you don't get a chance to shoot your gun. You know, they see enemies and the fucking enemies are dead before you even get to see them, kind of thing. That happens. That happens a lot. But that may or may not be a bad thing. Can you really? Oh. Oh. Don't say good things about Bunny. I've got it in my head that Bunny sucks, dude. Don't be telling me good things about it. That's because you've got no choice. Yeah, that's because you've got no fucking choice but to use Bunny. Yeah, you got no choice but to use Bunny. You have to use Bunny. It's part of the game. Because you've got things that only Bunny can do. Like challenges that only Bunny can do. Yeah. These fuckers don't want to die. Oh yeah. I watched a video a while ago from a guy called Asmongold. I think he's a really entertaining streamer. But he's also Asmongold. He's really humble. Yeah, he's really humble. I watched a video of him a few weeks ago, and some ugly woman, clearly, some ugly woman was complaining that all of the female characters in games are all like sexy looking and things like that. You know, they're not. They don't represent. They don't represent real women. I mean, it's clearly some fucking fat woman that said this. And he kind of he took the words out of my mouth that I would have said, and he just said, because we play games to get away from real fucking life, and you don't often see that in real life. You normally see the big ugly motherfuckers, you know. He said we play games to get away from real life, so why the fuck would we want to see any... I mean, we don't want to play games with ugly people because they're real. The whole game is fucking fantasy. We're playing a fantasy game and you want realism in there. We're doing it to get rid of life. We're not doing it to make it realistic in that sense. I had a different conversation with somebody once about the game World War II when it came out, and I thought I kind of humiliated him a little bit, because the World War II they made sure that there was going to be no swastikas in the game, in a game about World War II. And I understand where he was coming from. Shit, I died. I understand where he was coming from when he said that it devalues the game for him. And I said, I understand exactly where you're coming from, but why does it devalue the game? It doesn't make any difference to the actual gameplay, does it? It's just you're not seeing a flag. I mean, I also flippantly turned around and said, would you be pissed if a game didn't show a fucking American flag and it was in America? Of course I would. And I'm like, okay, but it's irrelevant. It's not really important to the game. He said, but it devalues it to me because it's not realistic. And I said, it's not realistic. It's not realistic. Okay. I said, it's not realistic. I'll tell you what's realistic, shall I? The fact that you can die in a game and reincarnate and come back to yourself, that's realistic, isn't it? So for reality, what the game should do is you pay your $60 for the game, you install it. The first time you die, you have to go and buy it again. That's realism. What was that? 5? Oh. So yeah, so realism in the game realistically is a case of you spend your $60 on your game, you go buy your game, and the first time you die, you got to go and buy the game again because it doesn't work anymore because you're dead. That's realism. I mean, there are a lot of games where when you die in the game, you lose all of your progression. Oh, yeah, I know the game you mean. Yeah. Yeah. Is that game, was that EVE Online? I know the one you mean. I know the game you mean. I just can't think of the name of it. I was trying to think of the name of it.
I'll track you down.
Yeah. I know the game you mean. I just can't think of its. I can't think of its name. In the game, Hell. Oh God. Sonoa's Sacrifice. Hellbound or something. Sonoa's Sacrifice. Hellblade. In that game. In that game, there's the as you die in the game, you build up this like blackness that works its way up your arm and into your head. If it reaches your head, you will die for a final time in the game, and all of your progression in the game will be deleted. I think it's great. Stops you fucking dying so much. I mean, you can start the game again, but you have to start the game again. Yeah, it don't matter. I mean, you can still die a lot of times. I'm fucking living proof of that. You can still die a lot of times and still beat the game. I don't like saying beat the game. I should say complete the game. I hate saying beat the game. Nobody ever beats a game. They complete it. You don't beat a game. You don't. Do you know why you don't beat the game? Right, but I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why you can't beat a single player game. I know, but I want to say it. You can't beat a single player game because the game isn't trying to win. You can only beat somebody that's competing against you. The game isn't trying to win, it's just trying to stop you from going through it so quickly. If the game wanted to win, it would. I hate that statement where people say, like, it took me this long to beat this game. You didn't beat it. You completed it. There's a big difference. Sorry? What the game that I'm on? No. No, because the game's not trying to beat you. The game is trying to make it hard for you to run through it, but it's not trying to beat you. If it wanted to beat you, it would.
Come on. Incoming hostiles detected.
Ooh. Are you really? Nice.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
But yeah, it's it's one of those things I've never understood.
Thanks for the rest.
You know, when I go to bed tonight, I'm gonna play some Half-Life 2. Because I can. Sorry? Well, my wife likes to watch certain programs on the TV. She likes to watch certain programs on the TV. and I hate those particular programs. So as I don't watch the TV anytime during the day, she will give me a little bit of a priority over the tea at bedtime, over the telly at bedtime. But if I can play a game, she can watch her show, and it don't matter. Because the stuff that I want to watch, she doesn't like anymore because I watched it over and over again. But the stuff she watches is just the same fucking crap, constantly. No. No. Nope. Not that I'm aware of. What, you think the kid died, the one who played Sheldon's younger life? Really? I'm I'm googling this right now. Right, so from what I can read very, very briefly, it was one of the cast of the show Young Sheldon. Lance Barber portrayal of George was beloved part of Young Sheldon, made his off-screen death gut-wrenching for viewers. Okay, so yeah, Lance Barber. So George isn't that Sheldon's dad? Yeah, I know. I thought his dad was called George. I thought his dad was called George. But it was the actor that played George. It was young Sheldon, so it would be the younger one. Oh, I only like it when it comes from a woman. From yeah. I only like it when it comes out of a woman's mouth. Well, all of the pictures are of his dad. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's why I got lost. But all of the pictures are of like Sheldon's dad in the show, and I was aware that he died, but I wasn't aware there was a big thing going on. Or at least I think I was aware that he died. Yeah, the dad. I think so. Yeah. Lance Barber, whoever the fuck Lance Barber is. I'm doing it. Yeah, Lance Barber is the dad. That's what got me confused, because the brother was called George, but I thought the dad was called George. Georgie, I think. Yeah. I've never actually watched Young Sheldon. I've only watched clips. But the other one, I've watched the other one. I've watched entirely through it like twice already, and I'm 3/4 of the way through the third time. Yeah. I can relate to Sheldon in a very big way because he says things in a very similar way to the way I do. Whereas, and I've said this many times to people, if I'm gonna say something and whatever I'm about to say is 100% factually correct, I don't give a flying fuck if it offends you. If you get offended by the truth, then it's your problem, not mine. And he has the same kind of thought, so I can kind of relate to where that... So some of his idiosyncrasies I can relate to in a huge way. I mean, I'm not intelligent like he is, in any way, shape or form. Sorry? Alright, big... Yeah. He would love it because I'm a fucking engineer. Wallowitz. Yeah, but the thing is, the thing is though, I mean, the difference between the theoretical physicists, which doesn't actually fucking do anything, they just theorize shit all day long. They don't actually do anything. It's the engineers and the actual proper physicists, the ones that actually test things. They're the ones that actually do the actual things. The theoretical people are just fucking full of thoughts. Full of thoughts that can't be proven. See, the way I do it, because I have similar conversations with people at work, the ones that do software. They do software, and they're like, yeah, but it's our software that makes it work. And I'm thinking, dude, you just think up some theoretical fucking shit. I make it a reality.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
And because of the nature of what we do, I keep saying, what I do will work on its own. What you do won't work without my stuff. I do rag on the software people at work. I can't do their job then. I can write pseudo software, but I can't write software. I understand and I can write the logic.
Getting back up.
Yes, she is weak as fuck.
Access key detected.
Yeah, she is very weak, but although she's very weak, she's also very quick, so she can get out of danger. She can run. I mean, she can run. Yeah, she's fast as fuck. But she's got one of her special things is she's got this fucking speed enhancement. Yeah, it's... Right, I think I'm gonna head back to the main thing. I think I'm gonna call it a night for the stream. I'll stay in the chat, but I'll just move over to the general chat rather than the stream one. Because I can talk proper bollocks when I'm in there. It's not on stream. Have you noticed when Prodigal leaves, he kind of leaves all of a sudden? Yeah, he always does. I mean, Chunker does the same. Chunker's like, he says bye-bye, and by the time you fucking answer him, he's already gone. Prodigal very much leaves in exactly the same way. He kind of leaves. Why have I got a number? Prodigal. Yeah, he's always left. He's always left all of a sudden. When he says he's leaving, he's gone. You know. Why have I got in Discord? Why have I got a number? Oh, it's Division 2. I was trying to say why have I got number 2 beside my name, but it's Division 2 because I'm stupid. Stupid as stupid does. Apparently I have 6 viewers. Where the fuck have I got 6 viewers from? Oh, 6. Yeah, apparently I've got 6 viewers. Where the fuck did I get 6 viewers from? There's no way on earth I've got 6 viewers. Twitch is lying. Right. Yeah. No, actually, there's I think I'm gonna guess that Metal Shocker is a bot. Mrs. Doe 16 is a bot. Rommy's still in, according to my Telltale thing. Rommy's still around. Dave 3. I've got a funny feeling that might be. Well, that's my thoughts. My thoughts are all of these Twitch bots are monitoring what gets said in the text so they can hold it against you at some point in your life. That's my thoughts. I've got no evidence of that whatsoever, but I mean, if Twitch didn't want, I mean, if they were, as far as I'm concerned, I don't give a fuck if there's 1,000 bots in here, but every one of them should be counted as a viewer. They're not counted as a viewer, they've got no rights to be there. And Mrs. Doe 16 has just left, but I think that's a bot. Do you think? Oh, okay. 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 Right, I'm going to kill the stream, so I am going to say to anybody that is still here, thank you very much for watching all that kind of crap, and I will catch you next time. Yes. Yes.